Hello, everyone. This is Sam Bryce. I am here with Jacob Tomlinson from Dask, and welcome to the SciPy maintainers track. Jacob is a maintainer with Dask, and he's actually currently working as a developer at NVIDIA. He focuses primarily in cloud infrastructure. He develops Dask along with Rapid Ecosystems on the cloud. So Jacob, if you would mind, go ahead, get started with your presentation. Tell us a little bit about Dask and what you can expect from the project currently and in the future.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the introduction. So yeah, I'm a maintainer of Dask. We've been spending some time recently trying to work out who uses Dask, what the Dask community looks like, and trying to understand what an open source project's kind of user base looks like is tricky, right? So one of the best proxies we've been using lately is looking at our documentation views. So over the last kind of year or so, we're getting up to around 10,000 unique people looking at our documentation every week. Which, that might not be perfect. There may be people who use Dask and don't read the documentation or don't need to. We may have folks that are just checking out the documentation, but it's kind of a nice proxy. And the graph kind of shows steady growth to Dask over time. We also spotted that Dask came up in the JetBrains Python developer survey recently. So this was like a broad survey to JetBrains users, folks that use like in IntelliJ and PyCharm. And one of the questions was about which big data frameworks do you use? And Dask ended up being picked by 5% of all of the Python developers that filled this in. So it's quite a nice example that the data science and PyData ecosystem is strong within the Python community, and that Dask is strong within that as well. So we're trying to collect information kind of about the community and about what people are doing with Dask and how they're using it so that we can focus our development efforts in the right areas. So if you could take a few minutes to go and fill out our survey, we would really, really appreciate it. In this presentation, I'm going to touch on a few preliminary results from the survey, but it's still open. And we'd like as many people to go and fill this out as possible. Share it with your colleagues, share it with anybody you know that you think might be using Dask so that we know where to kind of focus ourselves for the next year or so. So one of the other things we've been doing to engage with our community has been having various events. So one of the things that we've done is we had a summit in February. This was hosted by Capital One Labs, who's a user of Dask, and we had about 50 people come along over 3 days. And we kind of split the group, so half were open source maintainers, either of bits of Dask or other parts of the ecosystem. And the other half were institutional users who were kind of using these tools in anger so that we could have some talks, get people sharing what they were doing, and basically learn as much as we could about the community. So as well as this, we've also been having a weekly developers meeting. I meant to take a screenshot of us having our weekly developers meeting this week, but I forgot to do that. So you've just got a generic whereby screenshot here. But we have this meeting every Tuesday where the core maintainers get together and we kind of plan out what we're going to do for the week, discuss long-term goals as well as short-term goals, and anything that's kind of urgent that's popped up. As well as this weekly meeting, we also started having a monthly meeting, and this is kind of open to all of the community. Folks can just anybody can come along that is using Dask, join in with the meeting. We have information on our website about how you can come and join in with this. We kind of discuss.
Hey, Jacob.
Yep.
Real quickly, let's take a pause. It seemed that I think I mentioned to you at the beginning how there was the option of pulling everybody into this meeting. I think somebody ended up clicking on that. And so there's a few people that were initially on this session that got pulled away. So let's just take a quick pause and see.
Sure.
Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, let's give the problem is if this happens frequently, it's going to throw our schedule off completely. So, yeah, let's give. All right. Anyways, there are 54 live attendees right now. Initially, there were roughly 60 something. So let's just assume at this point that most people that want to be here came back. Sorry for the interruption, but yeah, just wanted to give things a quick pause because I'm seeing these comments here on the.
Yeah, sure. Thomas has asked to go back to the survey slide. Let me just pop back there. Yes.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, so please go fill in our survey. It's dask.org/survey. We want to collect as much information as we can about what people are doing with Dask so we can really focus our effort. So yeah, we've been having these in-person events. Apologies if you got pulled away. I kind of missed that bit, but we've been having a few events. The main one I really want to highlight is our monthly meeting, which is open to anybody. You can kind of come along. We as maintainers make announcements about what we're looking at. The community shares what they're doing, and we find this really useful, like feedback loop. So one of the first bits that the survey that I want to highlight is other tools which are based on Dask. And I'm going to kind of go through a few examples of things which are built on top of Dask that seem to be popular within the community. So the first one is Xarray. Xarray is a library which is for building n-dimensional arrays which have supporting metadata. So a lot of array data that you folks work with have kind of other arrays that are attached to it that describe those dimensions. So if you imagine something like ocean temperature, right, you have your array of ocean temperature, but you also have supporting arrays that describe latitude, longitude, and time, so that you can kind of know where that array is kind of within space-time. And then there's also other supporting information about the kind of units that is the array is representing, and the scales and things. So Xarray uses Dask internally to represent the data, so you can load in your netcdf files or whatever files that you're working with and kind of represent that in a Dask array and scale out on top of that. The next one that seems to be going in popularity is Rapids. I'm pleased about this because I work on Rapids myself. Rapids is a set of open source Python libraries which follow the APIs of popular libraries like Pandas and scikit-learn, but are GPU accelerated, so they're kind of written to run with CUDA underneath. We put a lot of effort into making sure that it fits nicely in the PyData ecosystem. You can see in this GIF we've got the like Dask task stream sat next to the MV dashboard inspector, so you can see how GPUs are being utilized while your kind of Dask workload is being distributed across multiple GPUs in a machine. To continue with that as well, there's also a group called Blazing SQL who have built like a SQL engine on top of Dask and QDF, which is the Pandas type GPU reader. So that you can load in your data using Dask QDF to get a nice distributed GPU array, and then you can run SQL queries on it using Blazing. The next one I want to talk about is XGBoost. So XGBoost is a very popular framework for doing like machine learning and training. And Dask has integration which allows you to do like a whole bunch of things, but kind of a common workflow with this is using Dask to load in your large data set that might be larger than memory, something you want to distribute onto a cluster, doing some data manipulation and wrangling, and then actually setting up your XGBoost cluster on top of the Dask cluster using like the already deployed Dask cluster as like a mechanism to get everything like pulled all together. And then you can hand your data over individually on the workers without kind of pulling everything together. So you can kind of get a nice workflow where you're cleaning your data and then handing off to XGBoost from Dask. Next one I want to highlight is Prefect. Prefect is a workflow management system. It's built on top of Dask underneath. So the idea behind Prefect is that you can do things like your ETL workflows on like a batch system where you're using some kind of workflow management, but you kind of define everything in Python. You can write everything as Python code, and when you write this in Prefect using the Prefect syntax, this will be translated down onto a Dask cluster underneath and executed that way. So this is a great example of an organization building on top of Dask to kind of come up with something new within the Python ecosystem. The last one I want to highlight is Iris. This is also a tool that I've worked on in the past. This is a similar concept to what we discussed with Xarray. It's for representing multidimensional data with supporting arrays. This is very popular within weather and climate sciences, and has like a whole bunch of things that are useful within those specific fields. So that was a very quick overview of some things that folks say that they're using and enjoying that we've seen through the survey. But there are lots and lots of projects that depend on Dask and are built on top of Dask. And if you go to PyPI or you go to GitHub and search for things that depend on Dask, you can see there's a whole bunch of stuff in there. So it's great for us to see growth in that area. Next, I want to talk about user groups within the community. So the types of folks that are using Dask. So we kind of, through things like our summit, where we get to meet with folks and also just kind of watching out for blog posts and things, we're kind of getting to know lots of different people that are using Dask. And we're seeing it popping up in all sorts of places like life sciences, finance, geophysical sciences, beamline facilities. Folks are using it for predicting like retail, logistics and all sorts of stuff. Now, there's a great video if you just go on YouTube and search for who uses Dask. There's a good video where Matt Rocklin unpacks some of these examples and gives some detail. But I want to just take a minute now to just give a quick overview of NumPy, which is a tool that's built in Python on top of Dask for looking at images, right? Large volumes of images, but it's designed in a way that you don't have to write any Python code. It's a GUI application. Folks that are not familiar with that, the kind of PyData ecosystem can come in and use NumPy to explore their data, and it uses all the nice Dask tooling underneath. And this is like a nice example for us of seeing it being used in like a slightly different way that we often see Dask being used in like a batch system or in scripts or in notebooks. So seeing it kind of built as a GUI application is really interesting. There's also a few for-profit companies kind of popping up around Dask now. So I've already mentioned Prefect. They have open source software that they're building on top of Dask and contributing back to Dask in order to build this workflow manager. But there are also other companies like Coiled and Saturn that are popping up to give folks a platform to make use of Jupyter and Dask together on the cloud in a way that you don't have to worry about managing your own infrastructure. So it's kind of nice to see growth within the community around for-profit companies. Speaking of kind of cloud and doing things on the cloud, one of the package that we were working on last year is Dask Cloud Provider, which is tooling for deploying a Dask cluster onto various cloud providers. We started with AWS support, and it was really nice for us to see the folks from Azure Machine Learning pop up and say, oh, we really like Dask. We like to see our users using Dask on Azure Machine Learning. Could we contribute a cluster manager to Dask to make that process easier for people spawning things on Azure ML. So that was nice that a large organization as well, like Microsoft, would pop up, devote some development time, make a pull request into one of our open source repositories, and that now can benefit the community. So that's really great to see. That kind of covers the kind of community growth. I also want to talk about some technical improvements that we've made. So one of the big things we've been doing in Dask over the last year or so actually is improving the transports and the communication within Dask. And one of the big improvements here is using UCX, which is an open communication protocol. And now UCX builds on top of existing communication protocols to try and give like a common API and allow you to communicate in like a familiar way. So UCX supports TCP, but it also supports InfiniBand if you have that kind of infrastructure, or NVLink if you're using a NVIDIA infrastructure. And I've got a couple of plots here. These are a couple of Dask progress plots, where you can kind of see on the left-hand side, this is using TCP, and all the red within that plot is all of the communication going on between all of the workers. And then in the plot on the right-hand side, you can see this is using UCX, which underneath is using InfiniBand, which massively reduces all that communication. So you can see the red shrinks down massively. So we're seeing lots of improvements for folks that have access to that kind of infrastructure, making use of UCX and seeing some performance benefit from that. Now, that kind of leads us into some work that has been going on at NVIDIA. There's been some work to run the TPC-XBB benchmarks on NVIDIA GPUs. And the Rapids team were pleased to announce recently that the NVIDIA benchmarks have outperformed the current best mark by 20x, which is just a fantastic thing. But really, like, it's great to be able to show that you can run these kind of Python workflows on GPUs and get such great performance, but all of the credit here goes to all of the open source projects that kind of powered all of that workflow. So Dask was the piece which allowed deploying onto 128 GPUs in one go and pulling them all together into a large cluster. And then there's all sorts of projects under there, like Blazing, like Spacey, like NumPy, which allowed kind of getting good performance for doing different types of workflows on top of that, and resulting in such a great benchmark. So all of the projects that were involved in that benchmark should be really pleased with these results. It's a fantastic thing for the Python community. Another thing that's seen a lot of development over the last year is Dask Gateway. And we've seen a lot of people making use of Dask Gateway. The Pangeo community picked it up recently. So this is a geosciences community that were previously using other Kubernetes deployment mechanisms. But if you've not used Dask Gateway, it's kind of like a centrally managed tool for deploying Dask clusters. So if you are in an institution where you want to provide Dask clusters for others, have some kind of central point of management, Dask Gateway can allow you to set something up in kind of like a Jupyter Hub style setup. Now, my personal favorite that we've done in the last year is this cluster map plot, which we actually in the maintainers team call the pew 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 plot. So this is on the left-hand side here. We have like a visual representation of your cluster. You have the scheduler in the middle, you have the workers around the outside, and you can see tasks being fired off to the workers, and you can see communication between the workers. So this is like a MapReduce style workload. You can see workers stealing tasks from each other occasionally, and then the reduce at the end. There's a whole load of communication between workers as they shuffle some memory around. Now, this is like, as you scale out to really large clusters, this plot's probably not going to be super useful, but as like a learning tool and understanding what your cluster's doing, I think this would be a really like useful thing for folks to find. So you can find that in the Dask dashboard. Now, so the next things we're going to be focusing on for the next 12 months, we've started doing some work on high-level graph optimization and getting some performance improvements by taking the graphs that Dask generates and trying to optimize those, doing task fusing and things to try and get some more optimal graph execution going on there. Also, we've been looking at scheduler performance in general. There's like a whole load of different activities going on, looking at how we can make the Dask scheduler more performant. There's like a few different communities now that are kind of popping up and saying, we're enjoying using Dask, we're enjoying seeing our work be distributed, but now we're trying to throw so much work at it that the scheduler is becoming the bottleneck handling dishing out tasks. So there's a group looking at implementing another scheduler in Rust. There's been some work going on just benchmarking the scheduler and having nightly runs of a benchmarking suite. There's look at trying to take, at the moment, a lot of the work happens on the client before it's sent to the Dask cluster. We want to try and shove a lot of that work out onto the workers themselves. So having dynamic tasks that kind of get unpacked by workers into the actual things that will happen. And also kind of exploring other implementations as well in different like Python languages. Now, the last thing I want to highlight, I've just got a tiny bit of time left, I think, is that we were fortunate to win a CZI grant from the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. And one of the things that we're going to do with that is focus on the biological sciences. So we're looking at hiring someone in as like a full-time maintainer on Dask. And so I've got a huge amount more information on that other than please keep an eye on our Twitter account because we'll be tweeting some more information out. But if that is of interest to you, you'd like to come and work on Dask and be paid for it, then please keep an eye out. So thank you very much. I hope that was a useful overview. Just to kind of recap, we would think we're around maybe 10,000 active users of Dask, maybe more or less. There are many, many projects out there that are built on Dask. We're seeing some really good benchmarking results and are focusing now on scheduler performance to try and push that even further. And we want other folks to come and join in, and we will be hiring someone in the near future.
Cool. Thanks so much, Jacob, for that presentation. Definitely learned a lot about Dask and kind of excited about the growth. Excited about the growth and a lot of the projects that you have coming up. So I guess I should probably mention, so this is a kind of the Q&A part of the presentation. And I also wanted to mention to the audience that there is an Ask Question widget within this platform that you can use if you have any questions that you'd like to ask. And feel free to ask the questions while the presentation is going on, and I will go ahead and pull them up from the chat stream and to the actual Ask the Question stream. So we do have a question here from Bosch, and currently, let me see if I can pull it up. There it goes. So I just want to make sure this actually is a question. It says, which system library was the current leader? I think he's referring to one of the charts you showed earlier.
Yeah, I think that was in reference to the TPC XPB benchmark. So the previous system was like an Intel-based system. I think it was running Spark and like a Java-based workflow. If you are interested in like learning more about that, if you watched I think it's the keynote from the, NVIDIA's GTC conference, there's like a load of information about that benchmark and how it was run. There's also some blog posts on the Rapids blog.
Thanks, Jacob. Any more questions from the audience? Cool. I guess that's it. Like I said, feel free to like put questions into the question box as the presentations are happening. We do have a panel happening at the end of this, so if they're not answered during the presentation themselves, we can get them answered towards the end of the session. So our next presenter is Kyle from the Journal of Open Source Sciences, and let me take a second real quick and bring Kyle up into the green room. Great. Cal, can you hear us?
Yep, by me.
So yeah, Cal's been with JOS. JOS has been going on for roughly 4 years now. They actually launched the product or the platform at SciPy several years ago, and so this is kind of 4 years from now, and he's here to give us an update as to how the community is going and how things are, what plans it has for the future.
So, as Sam mentioned, my name is Cal Niemeyer. I am on the editorial board of JOS, the Journal of Open Source Software, and I wanted to give an update. We'll first introduce for those unfamiliar, and then give an update about where we are after 4 years of operation. First off, the large list of names here you see is all the folks that have either currently on the editorial board or have served in the past. So we've got quite a few folks who have been involved, a number of whom are actually participating in SciPy. I've seen a lot of names I recognize pop up. So hello to all of you out there. Just wanted to acknowledge some of our funders and partners, Sloan and Moore Foundation in particular. So if you take anything away from this talk today, JOS publishes short software articles, essentially an extended summary, and then the code itself. Peers review articles, the article, the software, and any associated material like examples, documentation, and so on. Once accepted, articles receive regular journal cross-ref DOIs after being published, and then JOS is also indexed by Google Scholar, which is important for the academics in the room. JOS is fully open access. There's no fees to authors. And we just celebrated our 4th birthday a few months ago. I'll talk about some of the growth we've seen over the last 4 years. As of yesterday, we had published 945 articles so far, with an additional more than 160 under review. As we've grown quite significantly over these years, the editorial board has grown from 16 people to currently 53 to accommodate this demand and the need to review these articles. And we've also assisted or advanced our bot functionality to assist. And I'll talk a little bit about that today. So why does JOS exist? This is obviously a little bit different than some of the other talks in the session today, which are on software libraries and projects. So why are we here? Well, as we all know, I think software is everywhere, especially in academic research. But unfortunately, software is not really a creditable research activity. It's not a creditable activity in research, meaning that if you do it, you don't necessarily get the same sort of academic credit that publications receive. And that's kind of important for folks in academia who work on software, but don't currently have good ways of getting credit for that work. And I want to point out that our goal is to change that. It's not really yet seen as a creditable research activity. So our solution is to publish software papers. It's great because this works within the existing ecosystem. It gives us something to cite. We don't have to make changes to the existing infrastructure of academic credit and citations and publications. And plus, when we publish in journals, we can receive, raises the profile of software within research communities. There are some downsides. Writing papers takes a lot of work, so writing another paper can be a lot of work. Most journals don't really accept software papers. For software packages, authorship is an issue because authorship changes. So if you publish a paper and then the authors change, what happens? And there's a fear that software papers about the same software could lead to citation dilution, and you're not going to get like tons of citations on a single paper. So we've tried to solve some of these issues with the Journal of Open Source Software, which is designed to be a developer-friendly journal for research software packages. And the idea is that the preparation of the paper itself and submission, if you have a well-designed and documented software package, it shouldn't take more than an hour, give or take some time. And the primary purpose of JOS is to enable citation credit to be given to the authors. So for our paper format, they're generally short, typically under 2 pages or so. It's basically a summary that describes functionality, purpose of the software for a non-specialist audience. These things, they have a clear statement of need, illustrating the purpose, some acknowledgement, references to related work. And the main issue here is we don't want them to contain novel research. The research can be in the software, but in terms of results, we expect that to be still published in a kind of typical domain research journal. So as Sam mentioned, we actually presented about JOS 3 years ago at SciPy in 2017. And so what I want to talk about now is sort of what we've done since then in terms of the growth we've experienced and how we've adapted to that growth. So 3 years ago, we had seen our first birthday. We published a little over 100 articles. when we first started the journal, we had 11 founding editors, and we had 16 by the end of the first year to try to, to accommodate the growth that we had even started to see then. We were publishing around 9 papers a month, and that was something that, seemed, sustainable. It seemed like pretty reasonable. 3 years later, we've seen quite a bit of growth. So now we've published over 945 articles after those 4 years. That number has probably changed. We have 53 editors. Not everybody who was originally serving as the editor is still an editor. People have, kind of retired, and we've brought additional folks on. Right now, we're publishing around 30 papers a month, and that number continues to grow. So now we're at a point where we're seeing quite a bit of growth, and so we've had to make some changes and develop some novel approaches to handle this size, because nobody's getting paid here. This is all volunteer. We don't charge anything, and so we can't just expect people to keep doing more and more work because they have other full-time jobs. So to show some of our growth, in year 1, we had published 104, year 2, 181, and this is the number of papers so far per year. Obviously, this is growing exponentially. If we do some projections, we actually would see that our 1,000th paper, it would have been published in June. We didn't reach that in part because we slowed things down due to the COVID-19 outbreak, and most of our editorial board was dealing with other issues in life, and we kind of slowed things down. So we're probably going to hit that 1,000th paper next month. And if this growth continues, we're on track to publish 500 papers a year in 2021, which is a lot. As I mentioned, we're indexed by Google Scholar, and we've seen that for a number of articles, citations have been extremely high. A couple very well cited articles in the hundreds. Almost, if you look in Google Scholar, I think you'll see that a lot of articles are receiving citations, which is good because it shows that our main goal is being successful, is working. Is to give citation credit to authors. So as we've seen this growth, how have we scaled? We've done 2 things. One is to organize things a little bit better and to use bot-assisted automation. I'll talk about both of those. So here's our current editorial board. As I said, this has been growing. This should be up to date because I made it a couple days ago, but we have been bringing on additional editors to help handle papers from different fields. And the way this is a lot of folks, right, to get papers assigned to. And so we've had to establish some new organizational structures to handle this. So right now we have a group of associate editors in chief, including me. And we basically rotate each week, whoever's responsible for handling new papers and assigning them to editors. This week's actually my week. And I'll be getting to that probably tomorrow or later today. So once we see papers coming in, we then look at the topic, look at the software language that's the programming language that's being used. And then we assign it to somebody from the editorial board or ask them to work on it. And then those are the folks who would then take over kind of the managing of that paper. We do have our editor-in-chief, benevolent dictator for life, Arvin, and he's kind of doing all sorts of other leadership and development stuff in the background. Our submission and review process looks like this, where you have software that's already available in a repository under an open source license. You write a short markdown paper and submit it to JOS. We then assign multiple reviewers after an editor takes it. It goes under review. Reviewers raise comments and issues based on our submission and review guidelines. The authors fix the issues, and then this kind of repeats, all taking place in the open in a GitHub issue. After it's done, editor accepts the paper, and eventually the paper's published and receives a JOS DOI. So I wanted to show a little bit how this works now, highlighting the bot assisted automation that we've established to help, how do we handle all these papers in a way that it is kind of the least amount of manual work possible. So here's our website where you can submit a paper. You log in with an ORCID or a CID. And we have a fairly short submission form where you'll essentially link to where the paper and the software are located, and then give some information about your, the title, suggest an editor, and maybe write a short message about this. We ask folks to check that they've read and will adhere to the code of conduct and so on. So once your paper gets submitted, an issue on our GitHub repository of reviews automatically opens up and has all this information, associated with the submission. We have an official editorial robot called Whedon, and Whedon has been growing in terms of capabilities. We joke that sometime in the next couple of years it will obtain sentience, and but it's currently doing a lot of work for us. So Whedon is actually the thing that is creating this issue. It announces itself, introduces itself, and automatically tries to compile the paper into a PDF. It also does some work to detect the programming languages, primary programming languages that are in that repository. Then the managing associate editor-in-chief, which in this case was me for this particular review, I ask one or more editors if they can take on the submission. Then the editor shows up. This was Lorena Pantano, agrees. The author actually usually suggests some reviewers. Otherwise, the editor would go find some. And then you can see the command here a little bit below where I'm asking Whedon to officially assign Lorena as the editor. Because reviewer one was somebody who was tagged in GitHub, they actually just go ahead and volunteer to review before the editor even asks them, which happens a lot. And then you see the editor Lorena using a Whedon command to actually assign the reviewer as the first reviewer for the paper. So you see these commands through the chat, through these comments in the issue, actually asking Whedon to do certain things, and Whedon does these in the background. Their reviewer 2 also shows up to volunteer, and then the editor asks Whedon to add them as well. At this point, the editor can do a few more things, like ask Whedon to check the references to make sure there's no missing, DOIs, or the information seems okay. Whedon goes through and scrapes the references and checks that they all seem to be properly formed. And then the editor actually asks Whedon to start the main review. This is the pre-review issue to kind of get the reviewers and such in place. So once Whedon opens up the actual separate review issue, this is where the entire review of the article and software takes place. You can see there's all this metadata at the top about the editor, the author, reviewers. There's some information like a badge you can include in a GitHub README or other files. We have a checklist of the actual review criteria for each of the reviewers, and they're expected to fill those out as they go. The reviewer, what happens typically in our reviews is that reviewers not only raise comments in this review thread, but they frequently actually open up issues on the software repository itself and then reference them here. The author can actually ask Whedon to do things like regenerate the PDF for their paper as they've made edits to it. And the editor can do things like update the software version. Once the review is done and the work of the authors is done, they actually archive the repository on something like Zenodo, and so the editor specifies that archive. And then when they're all done, the handling editor tags the editor-in-chief team at the bottom here, saying that it's ready to accept. Whoever is in charge that week would ask Whedon to do a dry run of accepting. Whedon produces not only the final PDF proofs of the paper, but also some cross-ref metadata that needs to be deposited. And then the editor actually just says Whedon accept the paper. Then Whedon responds with some things like tweets to a tweet about the paper and confirms some additional information that this has been all done. The editor thanks folks, and then Whedon closes the review. This is what our published paper page now looks like. We have information like alt metrics, quick access to the repository and badges and so on. So I'm almost done here. We try to take advantage of lots of existing services. All of our stuff takes place on GitHub. We have a Heroku instance that's kind of running things in the background. We work with Crossref, Zenodo, Portico for archiving things. So Whedon's kind of interacting with all these services in the background. Like a good open source project, we have documentation for our journal, including all the commands and ways to interact with Whedon, our bot. And these are some of the things I showed in the example before, and these are kind of growing every day. We're trying to make Whedon smarter and smarter. We can do reminders and can check additional things. So because this is a fairly short talk, if you are interested in more information about JOS, you can go to, we actually published an article in PeerJ Computer Science a few years ago about that first year of the journal and some of the design. We also frequently publish blog updates as we sort of refine and change things with the journal. So as this is an update presentation, I'm going to talk about what's next. So as you can see, we've been growing, and that growth will continue. So we're always looking for folks to volunteer to be reviewers, and probably additional editors we're always looking to bring on. So if you're interested in serving in either of those roles, feel free to ping me or us. We will be doing some things to celebrate our 1,000th paper fairly soon, so stay tuned on the webpage and our Twitter account. And we also did receive recently a fairly substantial Sloan Foundation grant to do some additional work, not only on JOS, but also parts that we used that can be adapted by other folks in the community. Specifically, how we can generalize Whedon to serve other purposes and to work beyond JOS specifically. We also plan to work on developing an open software reviewer management system so we can manage our giant database of reviewers a little bit better. We also plan to contribute back to the open source ecosystem of things that we rely on, especially Pandoc in particular, which does the compilation of our papers from Markdown to PDF. So with that, I'll say thank you. And there's some information about me, but I'll also be around for the panel later and in Slack as well. Thanks very much.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Kyle. Yeah, that was a great presentation. We actually have a number of good questions lined up. So I'm going to go ahead and see which ones get the most votes. Got it. So the first question here is from John, and he asks about government authors. Specifically, government authors can have difficulty publishing in JOS because public domain release requirements are not considered open source. So the question is, what are your thoughts on that, and do you have any solutions?
Yeah, this is something that that we have faced a number of times, and we have always managed. I don't remember exactly how he's managed to deal with this, but we have managed to work around this for government folks in government labs and in government agencies to publish. And I think this could be wrong, but I think that we got around this by dual licensing things, so that they may be in the public domain, but there was also a second open source license, but that might be wrong, and I might be misremembering. So I think if this is something that's a concern for you in particular, just to reach out, and we have dealt with it. And so even though I may be forgetting exactly how we dealt with it, we have. So please feel free to reach out. You can message us any of us directly, or there is people do submit pre-submission inquiries via issues in our repository. So that's another way that you can reach out. But yeah, we continue to work on this, but we have dealt with it in the past.
Cool, thank you. Another question we have for you, Kyle, is about data sets. Specifically, Lee asks, is there an equivalent for open source data sets?
Not to my knowledge, no. There are things like, Dryad for publishing data. I don't think that those undergo peer review in the same way that JOS reviews software. So there are certainly mechanisms to openly publish and share and archive data, but I'm not aware necessarily of any equivalent efforts around review of data sets like that. This kind of question has also come up in terms of, we have some scope limitations, like we don't really publish minor utilities. These need to be, defining minor versus a full software package is tricky. But things like notebooks, there are lots of things that we don't review. And so there's probably room for additional efforts that are kind of similar that do reviews these sorts of things. It's a good question though.
Cool. Thanks. Another question that actually got a couple of votes is from Christina. Her question is, can software whose underlying algorithm methods have already been can things already published other places be also published in JOS?
Yeah, so we, unlike most journals, we don't look at novelty necessarily as a review criteria. Essentially, if you can show that the underlying algorithm or the methods that you're using, even if they've been published elsewhere in terms of like the theory, or even another software implementation, if you're doing something different or better or faster, then it's perfectly valid reason to review and publish something. So what we don't do is, if you've already published a software paper about your software, like in a domain journal, then we won't. That's not okay, because the software itself has already been kind of published. But certainly, novelty is not something that we look for.
Thanks. So a few other questions. All right, this one just got an upvote. Is there a JAWS paper about using bots to handle the JAWS paper submissions?
No, we've talked about that though, and that's something that we may revisit for our 1,000 paper celebration. But yeah, we've talked about, maybe there's a conflict of interest for publishing at our journal about the bot used in our journal. But yeah, so that's a good question. We could, because it is openly available.
Yeah, I think I might actually ask you more about that at the panel, because that's kind of like a sustainability/maintenance subject area. Thank you. Another question is, I think this was kind of like a clarification from Lee, which is that reviews in JAWS are not anonymous.
That's correct. Yeah, everything is open. So the reviews are open on it's double open. So the reviewers know who the author is, and the author knows who the reviewers are. And so all of this takes place in GitHub issues. So there's benefits and downsides to that. I think we're on the camp that thinks that the fully open is better, but there can be some downsides. But what's interesting is we've seen that it turns reviews into a much less it's a much more interactive and conversational approach than like a traditional journal review. So you see much more interaction between the reviewers and the authors and the editors. I mean, sometimes the reviewers will actually make changes on the code, or make, and submit a pull request. So it's kind of this merging of the open source mentality with academic peer review. And it's definitely a bit different than what you would see in a traditional journal review, where, it's more antagonistic almost, or it's opposed. And here it's much more collaborative. So we've seen some interesting growth in terms of what peer review can be using this format.
Cool. Thanks. Alrighty, a few questions. And make sure I keep track of time, because there seems to be a lot of great questions coming out of this. All right, this one will get a couple of votes. Any plans to introduce the Journal of Open Source Hardware, aka Josh?
Somebody, actually, there's, I think, at least one person on our editorial board, Kevin Moorman, who has suggested this, and some others, I believe. So, I don't have any plans, and I don't think that Arfin has any desire to start another journal. But I think we would welcome something like that. It may be tricky for reviewers to review hardware, but I think that's something that could be thought about and discussed. So yeah, I think we welcome future sibling journals under the Open Journals umbrella, especially as we generalize Whedon and our tooling and our infrastructure. We do have a sibling journal, Jose, the Journal of Open Source Education. That's been kind of running fairly slow for a little while as we've kind of worked out the details. So we do have an additional journal which is running and using the same infrastructure, and so. But I think we would welcome folks who'd like to spearhead the open source hardware.
Great, thank you. We have a couple more questions. So the next question is from Matthew, and his question is about the PyOpenSci website. Specifically, he's asked that the PyOpenSci website mentions that any package that passes the PyOpenSci review and is within the scope of JAWS can be fast-tracked through the JAWS review process. Would you recommend that people attempt to go through PyOpenSci review before submitting to JAWS to make it easier for JAWS reviewers?
Yeah, so I could talk just a little bit about that. So we have this partnership both with PyOpenSci, which is more recent, and rOpenSci. In fact, our original review criteria was based heavily on the rOpenSci reviews, and then PyOpenSci kind of came from that. So yeah, I think if you're interested in getting your package reviewed and out there, certainly going through the PyOpenSci review process, I think it's a great idea. And then now you know, as the guidelines mention, not everything which is in scope for PyOpenSci is necessarily in scope for JAWS. PyOpenSci, I think, is willing to review more in terms of utilities and APIs, things like that. So there may be certain packages that could be eligible for PyOpenSci, but JAWS would say, sorry, that's not quite in our scope. So you might check first. But yeah, I think that's a great route to getting a really great review and then having your package be out there in multiple places.
Cool. Thank you. So our last question is about republishing. The question from Joris is it possible to republish or publish a new paper for a new version of the package?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this is something that we've seen happen a few times. And we have actually had a couple of new, future versions. I think we've only seen maybe a second version paper published. So if your software has undergone, essentially a major version change where you see substantially different functionality or new functionality, then we do accept or welcome future papers with those updates. And the authorship can change between the versions for sure.
And great, yeah, that was the last of it. And definitely a lot of very lively kind of back and forth with the audience here. So really grateful for that. And again, thank you everyone who submitted the questions. And of course, thank you, Kyle, for coming up and doing the presentation. We look forward to kind of hearing more from you at the panel.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Great. So next up is Anna from Matplotlib. Give me a quick second, I'll pull her up.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I'm Hannah from Matplotlib. And I'm going to talk about our CZ work, which is the Matplotlib data model. In particular, so it's me, Tom, and Elliot, all the ones who CI has been funded to work on the data model, maintenance, and some community building. But we're going to focus on this data model, which is we're trying to kind of do a whole new underpinnings of Matplotlib. Okay, so why do we need a new model? If you've ever tried to make anything if you ever tried to do animation or something, you very quickly learn that every artist plot type is a little bit different. Like a line and an image and a scatter plot, they all have different conceptualizations of data, and they all carry around their own kind of internal model of the data. And what this means is that if I'm doing something animated, say, for a line, I can update on the X, I can update on the Y, or I can update on this data itself. But to update that data, I'm going to have to pass in a list of X and a list of Y separately. But if I'm doing a scatter plot, right, which is still just map an X and a Y to the universe, I don't have a set X, I don't have a set Y, I just have a set offsets, right? Can't even keep the names consistent. And I have, are people hearing barking in the background? Okay, so, okay, but what we haven't said is for the scatters, we're going to have this list of XY pairs. So now you have to think of the data as an X, as a Y together. And this just naturally arose, right? Because when the library was being developed, okay, thanks. So when the data is developed, when the library was developing, right, it was, okay, a line plot is like the X is kind of independent of the Y, it can kind of be random, so let's keep them separate. But a scatter plot is always this XY pair. So that's how it's going to, so when we implement that, let's keep them together. And that's great in theory. But Matplotlib is now 18 years old, right? We've got users who are younger than the library. And what this means is that these inconsistencies arose and they piled up, and they've now piled up to such an extent that it ends up being both very hard to document and one of the chief confusions we're constantly hearing from people is I just don't know what functions I'm supposed to use to do a thing. And it's not just the artist, right? Not just animation. When you want to style something, is it colors, marker face color? And again, it's it originally arose because scatter could we could color the inside of the point, we color the outside of the point. Line, it was just, we're going to use one color. But this all compounded, and the other way it compounds is because each artist and each plot has its own copy of the data. We can't really, dashboarding in Matplotlib is possible, but it's not the way a library design dashboarding is because, again, no shared data model. And because we have so much brittleness about the data, because it's intrinsically tied to each visualization type, what happens is you have to write a C. XV and Pandas basically both their own libraries on top of us that we implement that wrap half our functions so that they'll do the work of unpacking the data structure for the users. And so we want to fix all this. And so the way we're going to be trying to fix all this is by formalizing this. We're going to kind of throw in some computer science visualization theory. We're going to steal from a lot of the old school scientific toolkits, visualizations like the VTKs, this idea of like, okay, it's a straight data model, separate one side. We're going to steal from the ggplots and the Altairs and etc. This pretends with some variables that a visualization is an encoding of data from the data space to these visual variable space. And so here it means if we have an array, we have to choose, okay, this array is going to be shown as a map on a plane. We're going to decide to map the values to each color. And this is going to be finally rendered as an image on the other side. If we have a list, we're going to visually encode this list as a series of bars where each value is the height of each of the bars. And we're going to choose a color. We're going to choose to make that bar blue. We have a line, we have a data frame. We're going to, again, take one column. It's going to be encoded as dots. We're going to color those dots orange. And so we're trying to go for here is like data on one side as a data source, the aesthetic mappings in the middle and so from the data in data space, it gets transformed into these random encodings. And once everything is encoded up cleanly, it gets sent off to the vendor. And if we can clear out the separation, what we want to do is two things, right? Internally, by factoring these things out into the three pieces, we can write a lot more reusable modifiable code. Like we can start having very consistent aesthetics and semantics for all of our visualizations. We can have for our data, consistent APIs and updating, and we can have consistent user interfaces. And so the other thing we have is like the big advantage is we can not just that it's we can do this coherent data structure updating and unpacking, but also you as a third-party library, instead of Xarray having to kind of carry around a whole mini Matplotlib, Xarray can write a data source. And Xarray writes one data source, and it tells us, here's the data. I am going to, if you ask me visualization that you need this data in 1D, I'll give you the data in 1D, and I will provide this data in this kind of the different structures. You need them to do these different encodings. And now you, Matplotlib, I will make this contract. Data source will wrap my data structure, provide these interfaces, and then all the Matplotlib live functions that could possibly work with that data will just work with that data. And so you no longer need to, if you're writing a third-party package and you want to have Matplotlib work natively with it, instead of having to wrap everything, you can just kind of wrap your data structure in a data source object. What this also does of being able to just separate this out is we can start doing smart downsampling based on how view limits. We can do on-demand stuff like queries and analytic functions. We can do streaming data. Online data becomes easier because, again, now we just have to update the data source instead of kind of everything if it's a dashboard application. This also gives us a .mpl fig, because once and this is what the aesthetic mill, especially the aesthetics, once we have a clear language for talking about the aesthetics and representing the aesthetics and a clear way of talking about data, then we know how that goes from the data to a .json file that we can then go to other libraries. And what that lets us do also is now, if you have serialization, you can go from Bokeh to Matplotlib to Altair, and it's fine. And again, this downsliders can do their sources. So, again, why? If we're thinking about a histogram, the steps involved in the histogram currently and in this new set is there's in the data space, but I have my data and I have to bin it. I have to choose my bins, and then I have to count how many values are in the bin. right? And that happens in data space. But currently in Matplotlib, that's like the first thing that happens in HIST. Then we send it off to NumPy HIST. Then I have to choose all my mappings. I decide, okay, this is going to be a horizontal histogram. The orientation on this histogram is going to be vertical in Matplotlib, which means I'm going to map the bins to locations in X, and I'm going to map the counts to locations in Y. I'm going to decide, because it's a histogram and it's a type bar, that we're gonna map this as a bar chart, and I'm going to decide that this is going to be in blue. And then once I have all that, I need to take those mappings and pitch them down to some kind of encapsulation for pixel on screen, which is kind of the physical units, the shapes, the RGBA colors, the stuff that we render to a pixel. And so what work needs to get done to do this? What we're doing right now is the work of decoupling the data from the artist. Like, what does that look like? We need to start implementing a couple of prototypical data sources. What we're starting to do is write like the built-ins, the list, the dicks, the stuff that we already support. Arrays, and so people can start seeing like what this even looks like. Artist prototypes to show how this interface happens. Then we need to start thinking about how we layer in aesthetics. And the plan is forever is that to keep the existing user-facing API. The goal here is that if you're writing something like an X-ray or a Dask or whatever, you write a data source and it'll talk to our stuff. If you're writing something like a Seaborn or a geoplot, you can write these custom art. On the other side, you can write these custom artists to consume new fancy consumers. And that's based on our new refactored artist model. But if you are an end user, like our existing .plot and .hist and .step and whatever are going to exist, and we're just under the hood, slowly planning to shimmy it out and push in the new architecture. And this means like we're going to keep PyPlot. Who is doing work? This is CCIUS is funding us, me, Elliot, and Tom. I'm primarily working on the architecture modeling. And of course, we're soliciting community feedback from everyone, including y'all, because you're going to be the ones who are using this. And hopefully building libraries on it. And what I want to show you, but I'm worried about time, is kind of how this works, which is we have these data, like we'll have an array, we'll take in the array, we will write currently we're using a query projection model, but this will probably change of like, okay, array, give it to me in a 2D form, give it to me in a 1D form. And on this side, like the current way we do this is Matplotlib, I have all my things. I have all my code and I built this. And if I wanted to update this just would not happen. Right, but because I'm passing an array on each of these, so I'm not going to be visible, right? Passing in arrays on each of these functions. And what I'd want to do instead is, in the new model, if you're using a library at this level, is you start by creating a data source, and then you pass the data source to all of the new artists or all the new plotting functions. So we get an image. And like we were saying, once you have this set up, you can then change the data and the image gets updated, including the entire dashboard and not just one piece of this. So we have the array model. We can now do, Tom wrote this one. We can now do analytic functions, like we're passing an NP sign. And we have the analytic function. And then when we zoom in, it'll automatically recompute. Let's see if I can just take this. It'll automatically recompute all the limits. And so that's a 1D analytic. We can also do a 2D analytic. You can do a 3D, kind of whatever we'll support. And again, you can zoom and automatically recompute in this model. And we have our histograms, and this is a third type of data frame, which is, this one uses a data frame as a data source. So I have my little data frame. I'm deciding here I'm going to be very proper and have a dependent variable and an independent variable. And we set up this data source passing into all of our artists, discarded the hist, and we set up our sharing. And so the traditional functions work. If I zoom in, it updates based on the zoom. And I can decide, instead of the normal distribution, I'm going to set the defendant as the normal distribution. And that is the beta, independence beta, and now this will update. The views will update. So I have kind of a whole dashboard scheme going on of, I just need to change one line of code and my whole dashboard changes. And this works for animations too. Okay, questions?
Cool, thank you, Anna. We do have one question here from Lee, and his question reads, it sounds like the new model aligns with the grammar of graphics. How do you implement this model? How would implementing this model affect packages like Plot9 that use Matplotlib under the hood?
So I think for like a Plot9, this would actually be really useful, because for Plot9, you could write kind of cleaner grammar of graphic semantics, because we can have the aesthetics separated out too. So it goes away. Like Plot9 could just stay doing what it's doing because we're keeping the top level API staying the same, or they should start re-architecturing their artists, their ggplot functions to look under the hood kind of in a way that behaves more like a traditional ggplot. And it'll also probably make their code cleaner, because then they're not trying to like write kind of the hackiness on top of Matplotlib. What we're also really interested in soliciting from folks is your use cases, because this is CZI, so specifically bio, but yeah. Okay, Matthew, yes, absolutely. We are very much planning to, part of the CPI work is standalone, is API consistency, and so we're working through like, what does consistency mean? Does consistency mean that everything should be vectorized? Does it mean that stuff isn't close spelling, but like what spelling we need to for each of the parameters? So, yeah, so utilization functions. The way we're gonna, this program is kind of separate, almost like, you know, give or take what you, I'm sure it'll take my case. So it'll be like everything will take the new ones as much as makes sense and doable, and we're trying to clean up all the old not what you think.
Hey Anna, I think for some reason your connection is coming a bit choppy. Could you kind of rephrase the question in a slightly more condensed way, or rephrase the answer rather?
The answer. So yeah. One second.
Sure.
So the answer to Matthew, the plan stuff states consistent styling to keep with the old documents.
So yes, so it seems like having multiple people unmuted on the panel at once is causing the audio disruption. So I'm just going to mute myself while you answer.
Okay. So Matthew, the answer is yes. The plan is to update the Python sets to take consistent styling with the new ones as much as possible, and we're going to deprecate as needed and clean it up so that things aren't spelled 14 different ways and 14 different ways every function.
Awesome, thanks. So yeah, this was actually just a positive comment from Eric. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. And thank you again for such a great presentation. Yeah, you certainly went into a lot of detail here. Very exciting changes for Matplotlib. So I'm kind of looking forward to trying a lot of these out. And if I have any feedback, I'll definitely get in touch with you.
Okay.
Thanks, Anna. So our next presenter is Melissa from NumPy. Hi, Melissa, you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Great. So yeah, go ahead and get started. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what's up with NumPy.
Okay, so hello everybody. I'm Melissa, and I'm here to talk about NumPy. Let's see if my screen sharing works. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm here to talk. First things first. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not really a maintainer, let's say this. So what's been happening is that NumPy has had a lot of progress in the past few months in a lot of areas. And I'm here to talk about mostly the work that I've been working on, which is documentation and community building. So I would say I'm a contributor that's doing some maintenance work, that's doing some of the maintainer work. So that's it. I'm sure I don't have to explain to you what NumPy is. Most people who are at SciPy know about NumPy, which is the fundamental package for scientific computing with Python, and which many of the other packages depend on. So just a bit of developments from the past year. We've had 2 releases since SciPy last year, one in December of 2019, which is 1.18. And then in June, just a couple weeks ago, we had version 1.19 released. And from that version on, support for Python 2 has been removed. And many people seem to be happy about that. We've also seen a bunch of organizational improvements. So we're happy to say that NumPy and OpenBlast together received a grant from the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. And I think Hannah was talking about this before as well. So the grant from the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative is interesting because it focuses on a lot of the work that seems to be a bit neglected when we talk about financial aid for open source projects, which is maintenance work, community building, documentation, and all that. So it's been a pleasure to work on those topics for NumPy. There's also been a new website released at numpy.org. So some of you may have seen that already. And we are proud to say that as of now, we have weekly community meetings and bi-weekly documentation team meetings. So both of those are incredibly interesting if you are part of the community and you want to see about all the decision process and just the conversations that are happening around NumPy. So for the community meetings, they are split into 2. So 1 week we'll have open community meetings touching general community subjects. And the next week it will be triage meetings, which are more like internals conversations, but all are welcome. So this is interesting. And the bi-weekly documentation team meetings, these are recent meetings, but we've had a lot of people show up, which is amazing. And I'll talk a bit more about the documentation work in a second. So There's also a note here about the NumPy survey, so you can check that out using the QR code there, but you can get more information from our Twitter account as well. So this is a new page that we have on numpy.org, which is the team gallery. And I am proud to say, you can see that many people have been working really hard to improve the community around NumPy. So we're very happy to have Maddie Pickus join the steering council. And we also have now Rakesh and Anirudh, who are from Amazon and who are working full-time on NumPy. And so that brings a lot of expertise and a lot of great work that's being done on the NumPy internals. And we're very happy to have them. It's also amazing that we now have website and documentation dedicated teams. And so the website team that was responsible for the new numpy.org website has done an amazing job. There were also a number of people involved in organizing the survey. So you can see there, Inessa Posson is the one who's leading that. And it's just a great job. Like you can see, it's translated into multiple languages. It's very organized community survey. And I think it will be really enlightening to see the responses from that survey so that we can better understand our users in our community. And so, like I said before, we now have more than 10 people sometimes in the community calls and in the documentation team calls, which is great because we're seeing a real engagement from people working on things that are not just code. So it is interesting to see because NumPy is such a big library and it's a hard library for people to come and contribute as they are just starting or getting involved in the beginning might be difficult because it's such a large code base and it's such a fundamental part of the whole numerical scientific ecosystem for Python. And so we are happy to be expanding on the roles that people can have inside the community. So maybe they can contribute other ways aside from code, which is really great. I'm just going to give some details on some of the highlights. So the website, our work that we're doing in the documentation, and some of the more technical work being done in type annotations and SIMD optimizations. So for the website, like I said before, I think the web team has done an amazing job. It looks beautiful, it looks slick, and I think it does an amazing job of highlighting the contributions of NumPy for the whole ecosystem. So you can see the use cases are great. So if you haven't seen those already, please check them out. They are real scientific use cases where people use NumPy to get interesting results. We have some comparison and showing the relationship between NumPy and the other libraries in the scientific and numerical ecosystem in Python. And I think this might seem having a nice website. This is something that's really fundamental for getting people engaged and involved because not only it showcases the features and all the work being done around NumPy, but it also shows users that we are investing in having our own work being valued, I guess. And so I really think the website team has done an amazing job, and I think it's a valuable contribution for NumPy. So this is the work that I'm most involved in, which is the documentation team. So what we did was, as part of the NumPy CZI grant, one of the deliverables in the grant, so one of the things we had to do was to build a documentation team and work on having better user-facing documentation. And so we have built a NumPy enhancement proposal, which is NEP 44, where we talk about the vision and the ideas we have around documentation and how we can improve the documentation for NumPy users. So as part of this process, we have restructured the documentation, trying to differentiate between different types of documentation. For example, tutorials, which are more focused on teaching fundamentals and best practices for users, how-tos, which are more geared towards relatively experienced users who just want to get some tasks done. And then there are also the reference API documentation, which for NumPy is more or less done, let's say. So NumPy has a very comprehensive API reference documentation. But then there are also explanations, which are more like the theoretical reasons behind the algorithms and the computational techniques that we use. And all those are not very organized in the documentation right now. So part of this work is focused on both bringing new content in, so building new tutorials and writing how-tos and organizing those subjects so that people, when they land in the NumPy documentation, they have a better understanding of what they're doing, but also organizing the explanations and all the other information that people need to use NumPy effectively. Something that we're also studying now is allowing people to submit their own content, for example, tutorials and how-tos as Jupyter Notebook files. This has been considered because we really feel that people sometimes building the documentation can be a hassle for people and can be hard for newcomers if they're trying to build from scratch. So the current NumPy documentation has to be built with Sphinx, and for experienced users, that's okay. Sphinx is very powerful, but for new users, it can be a barrier of entry. And many people are writing Jupyter Notebook content and good content. So we can take advantage of that, and we can have those contents be curated and shown along our documentation so that people have access to them. So this is something that we're working on right now. So for the more technical work, type annotations are being incorporated into NumPy, and this has been included some time ago. So there was already development happening around that in a separate repo called NumPy stubs, and it has been merged into master. So all the development around this is being done in master. So it's expected to be included in the release 1.20. This is also something the community had been working for some time to get done. So people are happy about that. And some of the other more technical work that's being done, many people are working on getting SIMD optimizations for NumPy. So this is just aiming to simplify vectorization of code on different platforms and having optimal loop selection mechanisms for ufuncs. So this work has been started, but there's still much to come. So especially Syed and Raghuveer have been working a lot of this, and Chunlin Fang as well. And many other people have been working on getting these SIMD optimizations working for NumPy. So just to finish up, as a general outlook, we are doing a lot of work around performance and interoperability. So there's many people working on the more focusing on that side of NumPy, but we are also now having a chance to work on documentation, a new user guide, and better content for our users. And there's also been some work done maintenance-wise. So I'm also doing some work on F2Py. And there's other people working on the FFT submodule, for example. There are also been a lot of work towards extensible D types, so including new D types into NumPy. So there's been a lot going on. Many of it is internal, but I think the main thing that people are going to notice is the website and the documentation work. So you can check the roadmap for NumPy on the link that's on the bottom of my slide there, and I'll gladly take questions. Thanks.
Cool. Yeah, great. Thank you. Again, I took a look at the NumPy docs recently. I was very much impressed with the changes, and I think a lot of people share that same experience as well. So we do have one question here from Eric. It's about the JAX integration. So this question is, how do the dev team plan to engage the JAX developers to bring in some of the ideas they've developed into that community?
Yeah, I don't think I can answer that. I think it would be better to be in touch with someone from the internals team. Maybe Sebastian Berg, who's been doing a lot of work around that, or even Ralph, who can maybe put you through and let you know who you should talk to. But I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I'm sorry, Sam. I think you're muted.
Yes, I was. Yeah, just going to give people a few more seconds in case they want to ask any other questions. Cool. Yeah, I guess that's it. Well, definitely thank you again. We'll definitely look forward to seeing you back at the panel. I certainly have some questions myself about a lot of the changes that you made because it's relevant to a lot of the questions I've been getting from various people. Bye.
Can you hear me?
So yeah, we can hear you. So yeah,
nice.
Yeah. When I mute myself, it's going to be considerably better. So yeah, so basically, our next presenter is Ilya. Am I pronouncing your name correctly, by the way?
It's Ilan, but
Ilan, great. Yeah, Ilan from SciPy. He's So yeah, he's here to tell us a little bit about the latest version of SciPy, which is version 1.5, and also share a bit about the roadmap that the team has lined out for the next year or so.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of the SciPy team. And this is also my first SciPy, so I'm quite impressed by everything that I see so far and a little bit intimidated by the level of quality of the talks. So I hope I can keep up with the level. So I'd like to give a brief update on the SciPy, but more importantly, I would like to invite everyone listening to this to come and join us maintaining the SciPy package at the conference. And I'm going to do it by just explaining my story so far as a maintainer, as a disguise, and using a little bit of reverse psychology. And then in the end, hopefully, it's going to be much better description of why it's really great to have this semi-job. It's really impressive, the things that you learn and you can do when you're actually contributing and maintaining open source software. So a little bit about me. I'm a member of the SciPy team for about 3 years now. And prior to that, one-ish year as a contributor. I'm from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and I work in a company called RX Digital. And my daytime job is about IoT devices, mesh networking, all that kind of stuff. And what we do is gather a lot of data from many sensors and telemetry data, and then try to say clever things about the assets of the customers. And if they are doing good, we just say everything's okay, don't need to do another round of maintenance. Or if something's wrong, we just say, maybe you should go and check such and such, and maybe more recommendations for the maintenance planning. In my previous life, I was an academic. I have a PhD on control theory, and now I don't do that anymore, not much. So I'm offloading all that knowledge to this hobby project. It's called Herald, and it's on GitHub. And also, if anything attracts your attention, feel free to contact me. My dog tag should be on the screen, hopefully. So with that said, a little bit update on the SciPy new release. And now I see that I forgot to update the version number. It's now 1.5.1. We had a bug fix release. So 29 people contributed, so that's really amazing. And 100 and a lot of things that we closed and a lot of pull requests merged. You can read it off the screen. To give a mental image how much work this is, imagine that all the issues and the pull requests are basically uniform in their complexity, so you don't need to do anything about them differently. And you spend 5 minutes on every one of them. So you look at one and then 5 minutes pass, you go to the next one and so on. Even then, that effort to go through all these things requires half an hour for each contributor. So it's just crazy amount of effort. And yeah, once again, thanks for everyone who contributed. I'm going to just fly through these slides because time is limited. So also, I don't know all the details about these things. I stole these items from our release notes. From the linear module, actually, the Hermitian symmetric matrix eigenvalue computation got a nice facelift. And we actually introduced a lot of new LAPEC functions. And there are more to come. By the way, if you can't find the one that you want in this catalog of LAPEC functions, feel free to open issues because there are too many of them and we cannot prioritize which one we should work on. So your demand will be automatically at the top. And for quantum computing people, cosine sine decomposition of unitary orthogonal matrices is now a public API function. So that's also that was sought after for a while. For the stats module, I'm the last person to comment on these things, but let me just try. Most of the distributions, both discrete and continuous ones, gained a lot of speed. And in terms of the accuracy, they are quite improved. Another nice detail is that the randomizing details of all these distributions now can use NumPy's random generator object as opposed to the previous random state, I think it was. And also, if you're, if this Kolmogorov-Smirnov is familiar to you, a lot of work went into this, so definitely check that out in the release notes. For the optimization, optimize module, linear programming, I'm using this all the time. It's getting better every version, so highly recommend it. Sorry. And this pre-solve step of this solver is actually now much better compared to the previous versions. And also, there's a step that removes the redundant constraints. That one got faster. For the minimization function, minimize function, you can now actually select relative or absolute step sizes, so that's very nice. And also for very, I wouldn't say very, but for some particular problems, there's a simple caching mechanism now involved, and it can actually create some returns. You can benefit from that. But again, it's not guaranteed yet. There are lots of other details that I cannot enumerate. I don't have time, but you can just go to GitHub repository of SciPy and then click on the releases, and then you can read the release notes. There are a lot of details. So
I wanted to quickly let you know that we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so no need to completely blaze through this. So feel free to take a bit more time.
Okay. Okay. So then let me go to the release notes and read everything. Yeah. So anyway. So that's aside. So that's out of the way. The actual reason why I wanted to give a presentation is just to kind of let people know I'm a low-key maintainer of SciPy, so I don't consider myself really in the maintenance completely. So I'm basically sitting at the side and dealing mostly about linear algebra stuff and things that I think I know. So I want to give a rough idea of what it feels like being a maintainer of SciPy. Currently, we have 61 members who can actually click a button and put code in. So they have commit rights, but unfortunately only 25 of them are active. And if you look at the backlog numbers, that's a lot of stuff to go through. So if we use the same 5-minute rule that I used previously, This puts 7 hours of burden, screen stare time. Just look at it, and then it takes 7 hours for each maintainer so that we cover everything. So that's a lot of work to be done. And I put the names of the current active maintainers. I sincerely apologize if I miss someone. Ralph helped me to compile this, but any mistakes are mine. This is clearly a lot of work for this many people. So that's why we would appreciate all the help that we can get. And yeah, so let me go through a bit of the personal side of things so that you can better judge for yourself. Personally, I'm mostly feeling like this is a socially demanding thing to do. You have to spare some time that otherwise would have spent by the loved ones, your partner, your kids. So that's definitely a sacrifice. And you, of course, you have to be in that lucky position that you have some time to spare. So that's, I don't want to use the word privilege, but that's a fact. So in that sense, there's already a barrier for becoming the maintainer or contributor. So I totally acknowledge that. Also, it requires a lot of personal introspection. So you shouldn't jump on the gun every time you see a comment that is not aligned with your view. So you should be very careful about how you interact with people and what you say to them or what you don't accept as proposals. It can be just a domain expert who doesn't like Git, hello. And it can be like a very fresh high school graduate just trying to get into this. So you don't know just by looking at their logo or names. So it's very important to be very gentle and hand-holding, because it might happen that just by a couple of pull requests, you can gain another maintainer, which would be amazing. And also probably they will hang out for years. So it's very important to take things very carefully. And also you want to be knowledgeable about the package itself, in this case, SciPy, because if somebody comes and then says, hey, I have this idea, can I do it? And then you say yes. And then this person spends 3 days with 500 lines of code. Then you realize, oh, we can take this in because such and such. Yeah, you could have told me 3 days ago, right? So you don't want to waste any effort because it's so precious. Like I said, this 5-minute experiment shows how much, how precious it is actually. So you want to be very, very careful before you say yes, and also before you say no. That's the personal part. Also, we are not, let's say, we are kind of lucky in the number crunching open source community. We don't have these really significant dramas happening in our, well, as far as I know, in our code bases. But we are not also blind. So we see that in certain parts of this open source community, things are really bad. So people just take off and then never come back. So in that sense, I can assure you that the number crunching community is much better. So don't be afraid of these dramas right away. And of course, I stole this idea from this URL. It's basically searching, is this project abandoned? Phrase. Then you search it for in GitHub, and then it returns 40K result, 40,000 results. So it's crazy. And it's also funny because, you know, if the project is actually abandoned, you know, who are you talking to? That's. But anyway, so in case you're not familiar with this site, how do you read it? I don't know. The allopinion.com. It's really funny. I definitely recommend checking it out. It's really cool. The second part is the legacy part. Yeah, I can go on forever about this. So just as an example, there were a couple of functions that we removed not removed, but deprecated in version 1.0. And then they started emitting warnings saying, okay, in version 1.3, these will be removed. So do something about it. So then version 1.3 came, and then we removed them. And now we are in 1.5. And this is the weekly numbers traffic from the GitHub traffic page. And you can see which one we removed, these functions. And these are weekly numbers. I mean, come on, are you for real? 700 hits for that problem. I checked it. I mean, I did a little bit of research. There's a tool that was using this. So anybody was using that tool was getting that. So anyway, so there is a reason for this, but still, I mean, it's been years now. Come on. So it's very important to decide what to remove, because it's super easy to add stuff, incredibly hard to take it out again. So that's also one thing that you have to keep in mind when you're maintaining such a popular package. And also, people want to run a lot of things in terms of hardware. So they want to install SciPy everywhere almost. So even toasters, I would guess they will try. So then the one at the bottom is, for example, about Alpine. And yeah, that's an issue. And we have to solve it somehow. And it's getting better, but you know, this is also something that you never think when you're writing an eigenvalue function. So suddenly it's a problem in some obscure hardware. So you have to keep all these things in consideration. The other one is a personal one. So when you're actually fixing something, or you think you're fixing, what happens is that, okay, let me give you the story. There was a couple of years now, from 2014 to all the way to last year, the pseudo-inverse functions of the linear algebra module had a hard-coded number. So it doesn't matter what it is, it's pseudo-inverse cutoff, but it doesn't matter. It was a hard-coded number, but the industry convention kind of requires you to make it variable as the array gets bigger, because as the array gets bigger, it's more likely that you will accumulate numerical errors in your computations. So it has to grow together with the matrix size. So I said, okay, I think it's time, let's fix it. So I thought to myself, I mean, 10 to the minus 12, change to 10 to the minus 10 for most of the cases. Nobody will notice. But of course, a couple of months later, I realized that I broke scikit-learn and PyTorch. No biggies, who uses them anyway, right? Just, you know, you create extra work. I mean, remember that 5-minute experiment? I created yet another 5 minutes long of annoyance to them. Somebody has to sit down and fix it. 2 more people has to look at it. It's just annoying. So you have to be also extremely careful. Everything is important. You cannot just overlook, this is a detail, this is a small number. You can break everything down the string. So that's also another detail. So having said all these things, then why do you do it? Well, I thought about this. I wanted to give a novel answer to this, you know, for the humanity and stuff like that. But to be honest, I only have the answer, it's fun. And I can't find any other reason. But there are also tangible, physical, real life returns. One of them is if you decide to pursue a career on coding or coding related job, you basically get to know how people code together. So it's an exceptionally good experience source. Also, because so many people are contributing, everybody kind of teaches each other how to do it better. So your code quality goes super high. And most importantly, before even you actually start your career, you would get to know how continuous integration and continuous development works. So that's incredible knowledge that you wouldn't get from anywhere else. So, and also when you go and start working, you will be already ready to use all these, you know, Travis CI, Circle CI, and whatever. So that's really very precious knowledge to keep under the belt. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks a lot. That's
Cool. Yeah, thank you, everyone. That was a really, really great talk. I'm glad you had a little bit more time to go into detail because it seems like there's definitely been a lot of changes and you've had a lot of experience maintaining this project. So I'm going to go ahead and open up for questions and see what anyone has any clarifications on. Cool. I guess not. Sure. So we've had a last minute kind of change to our schedule. One of our presenters wasn't able to make it, so we ended up swapping in a different person. So up next is going to be Carlos Cordova from the Spyder project. Let me go ahead and bring him up now. Thanks again.
Amazing. Bye.
That worked out. So yeah, go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and your project.
How can I share the screen? So, yeah.
You should see the gear icon at the top. There you go. You got it.
Okay. Okay, so let me see how can I. How can I start the presentation? Oh yeah, here I think. Okay, so yeah, as Sam was saying, this was kind of last minute, but I hope it will work. So my name is Carlos Cordova. I'm working right now for Quantsite, and I am the maintainer of the Spyder project. Spyder is the scientific Python development environment, so it's an IDE to do scientific computing in Python. And as you can see on the right, this is the QR code of our main website. So let's start with, for those of you who doesn't know what Spyder is, this is a screenshot of Spyder. This is the new Spyder 4, which has a dark theme, and it was released on December of last year. And I hope you like it. I mean, it took us 3 years of work and more than 5,000 commits to make it a reality. And we also received the sponsorship of Quantsite, of NumFocus, and also of 2 companies called TDK Micronas and Kite to make Spyder 4 also. So I hope those of you that are already using Spyder, I hope you're happy with the results. And those of you who don't, I hope that you like at least the screenshot and you start using it. It comes with Anaconda. It can be easily installed through Anaconda. Okay, so now very briefly, Spyder, as I told you, is a development environment. It allows you to do edition in an editor. You can edit Python files and you can have code completion and linting, meaning that the editor reports you errors and warnings before you run your code. You can also run that code in the IPython console. So we have a console integrated with the editor, and you can simply run that code by pressing F5 and on it. And you can also have as many consoles as you want. The good thing is that you can also do debugging inside that console. Connected to that console, there is a variable explorer, which is very similar to the workspace concept of MATLAB. And there you can see the variables that are generated after running your code in the console. So that's also very nice. And the variable explorer also allows you to view and edit data frames or NumPy arrays or strings or lists in dedicated viewers. So in separate viewers, you can do that also. And it can handle objects of any kind of size. For example, data frames of 1 million rows or 10 million rows those can be easily handled. And finally, we have a help pane, which right now allows you to see the documentation, the doc strings or the documentation associated to Python objects, but rendered as HTML strings. So let's go back to the screenshot again, so I can show you what I was talking about in the previous slide. So here in the center, there is the editor, and on the right, on the bottom, there is the IPython, the plots pane that I'm going to talk about a little bit later, and the IPython console on the right. And on the top, you can see the variable explorer. So those are all the variables generated after running this code that is shown in the editor in the console. And here on the left, you can see the outline pane, which shows you all the classes, methods, and functions in the current file in the editor, and also you can explore other files present in the editor too. So that's basically Spyder. Spyder has many other components or panes, but these are the main ones. And the nice thing about Spyder, which I think other IDEs doesn't have that much, is that it's very well integrated with all the other, with several other, scientific Python packages, the community. So we have, as I told you, we have integration with pandas because you can explore data frames in dedicated viewers. We have integration with SciPy because you can create specialized consoles for SciPy, and you can run SciPy in there if you have it installed. Matplotlib plots, it's also very well integrated because we have a dedicated pane to show plots. And as I told you, we have an IPython console. We have integration also with SciPy because we use it to import Matplotlib workspace files there. And finally, we have integration with NumPy, and as you can see why we are already using the new NumPy logo, because through the Variable Explorer, you can view also a NumPy arrays in a dedicated pane. Well, but this is possible all of this work is possible thanks to the Spyder team. So we have here like two groups. The group on the left is the Colombian group. So mainly all of us are hired by Quantsite to work a part-time or full-time in Spyder. And on the right, you can see the international and volunteer team. They are from Canada, two of them. One of them is from the Netherlands, but living on the UK, and another one is from France. And finally, there is also an American guy, a US guy. So this is the size of the team, and we are like investing a lot of time on Spyder. We have right now about 50 to 60 pull requests per month. We also have around 300 issues, between 300 and 400 issues per month. Also, most of the team is quite active and is helping you, the community, to solve issues on the issue tracker. Also, if you have comments or problems, you can post an issue, and you could see that almost in an hour or 2 hours, there is someone that could answer your request or your problem and try to help. So yeah, for an open source project, I think this is a very large team, 11 persons. Even it doesn't sound that much, but believe me that most open source projects survive with 2 or 3 persons. We also have we don't know exactly how many users we have, but I think a rough estimate is between 500,000 and 1 million users. This plot is a plot that shows our monthly amount of downloads through Conda and through Anaconda. So, at some point in 2019, we have about more than 300,000 downloads per month. And right now we have around 150,000 downloads. So it's a very popular project. It's widely used, as far as we know, in both academia and industry. And we also support both all major platforms, Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. And right now, thanks to UBPanda, one of the contributors to the Jupyter and Jupyter Hub projects, we also have the ability to run in the cloud. So if you go to our main website, you will see a launch binder. To our GitHub repository, you will see a launch binder link that will open a new tab, and inside there you could run Spyder on it. So that's also very nice because you can try Spyder on the cloud and you don't need to install it in your computer if you're not familiar with it. So what's new in Spyder 4? There were a lot of things. As I told you, we had 5,000 commits, but I'm going to focus on some of the most important things. So the first one here on the top left, it's a new debugger. So in this debugger is a really cool feature. Unfortunately, we haven't had time to publish a blog post about it. But you can see there that there is a Matplotlib plot inside the debugger. That's something that has been requested for a very long time, but now it's possible to do it. And you can also see that you can evaluate or run arbitrary code inside the debugger, and that code is syntax highlighted. So the debugger is now basically like the IPython console, but allows you to explore your code at a specific point in the execution. So that's very, very nice. The second thing is an object explorer. So that means that, but that was also a feature that was requested a lot. It's a specialized explorer or viewer for any kind of Python object. So, for example, if you have a class or you have an instance of a class or a very complicated object that doesn't have a specialized viewer, and you double click on it in the variable explorer, then you will see this new viewer, which allows you to explore all attributes and methods associated to the object in a tree-like view, which is also very nice. So you don't have to open more and more viewers, which was the case in Spyder 3, to view your objects. Here on the bottom, you can see a pandas that we added for the viewer of data frames in the variable explorer. We added this very nice ability to show multi-indices in pandas. So they are very nicely organized, like in a spreadsheet, and you can more easily explore these more complex data frames. And finally, on the bottom right, you can see this new plots pane. So that was added by Jan Sebastian Gosselin, one of our volunteer contributors, and it's a very nice, it's a new pane. So every time that you generate a plot, Matplotlib plot, in the console, a copy of the plot will be shown in this pane, and you will also be able to explore the history here on this little bar on the right, the history of plots that you have generated in the console. And another cool feature about this is that if you have several consoles open, then the history of plots per each console will be updated as you move in this pane, as you move among consoles. So that's very cool too. Another things, we added better code completion and linting. It was kind of hard to make a screenshot for that, but that was requested also by the community a lot. So in this case, we switched to use the same architecture that was created by Microsoft for VS Code. So that's called Language Server Protocol. And through it, we were able, for example, to add Python style linting, PyDocstrings or docstrings lintings, and many other things. And it's a more robust architecture. It's it's a very well-designed protocol, and that allowed us to have much better support for that in the editor. Here on the top right, you can see that we also added the ability to filter variables in the variable explorer. So if you generate or if you run, a code that generates too much variables, then now if you press in this magnifying glass on the top, you could filter variables either by its type, as is shown here, or by this name too. So if you only want to focus on the data frames present in the variable explorer, then you can filter them by its type. Here on the bottom left, you can see that we added new special consoles to the IPython console. And in this specific screenshot, I'm showing the SciPy console. So by going to this menu, the hamburger menu or the options menu of the IPython console pane, you will see that there is an entry called new special consoles, and through that, or in that menu, you could open consoles for SciPy, for Cython, and for PyLab. So if you want to work for example, just with SciPy symbols, then this console will load all that is required to start working with SciPy very easily. And finally, another cool feature that in these days that almost everyone has at least 2 monitors is that we added the possibility to undock panes. So in this screenshot, you can see the IPython console is shown in a new window, in a separate window from the rest of the Spyder, and you could move it to another monitor and work seamlessly between this console and the rest of Spyder in the other window. So that's also very, very nice. Other things that we added for Spyder 4 are the following. In the editor, we added folding. So that means that you can collapse some region of the code that you don't want to see while you're working on other parts of the code. We also added autosave, which means that if Spyder crashes and you haven't saved your work, next time that you start Spyder, you will see a dialog that allows you to recover those unsaved files. And we also added indent guides. So that's very useful especially when you're starting working with Python, because those are vertical lines that show you the indentation level of your code. So for example, if you're writing a function, then you will see a line at 4 spaces indented in the body of the function. In the console, this is a very important change that for previous users of Spyder, it's kind of hard to understand, and is that we are running right now files in an empty namespace. What does that mean is that, that means that when we run a file, we don't pick up any variable present in the console. And but after the file runs, you're able to explore the variables that run generated in the console. That's important for reproducibility because many people are unaware that they are using previous variables of a run in the console, and that can change the results very, very easily. And next time that you run your code in a different console or a new console, then you won't get the same results. That's why we decided to do that change. Another couple of interesting things is that we added run cell and debug cell commands. Those commands, instead of pasting the contents of the cell, for people that know how Spyder works, we allow users to break a file in regions called cells through a command of the form %%. And that allows users to run only that section of the code. But in Spyder 3, we simply pasted that region into the console. And if the region is too long, or if you repeated the same evaluation of the region several times, then it was kind of boring to see the same or almost the same code pasted in the console. So instead of that, we added now a run cell command that simply takes the code beneath the scenes of that region and run it in the console. And also, now you have the ability to debug cells too. Instead of debugging the entire file, you can just debug that cell. And finally, in the console, you can also run unsaved files, which also very, very nice. And in the files pane, because Spyder has an associated file explorer, and now you can associate applications per file type. So for example, if you want to open PDF files with with a specific application in your operating system, then you can go to our preferences and select that application for PDF files. Or the same goes for any other kind of file type. We also have now new documentation, new documentation website. Well, it's basically what the one that is shown here, docs.spyder.org, but /develop, it's that we are updating, it's because we are updating all our documentation for Spyder 4. So right now, the documentation is outdated because it only explains things for Spyder 3, but we are in the process of updating our documentation. So if you want to take a look at what we have right now, you can go to this URL and you can give us feedback too about if you like it or not. We also added a new theme based on the Pandas Sphinx theme for this, and also all the screenshots are now using the dark theme. We also have, as you can see here on the left, introduction videos that tell you how to get started with Spyder, how to create a project, how to work with different paints, etc., etc. So those are very, very cool, and this effort has been led by Juanita Gomez, one of our Colombian developers. We also have a new YouTube channel. This is also very new. We created it, or Juanita created it a couple of weeks ago, and it has very nice videos. For example, like this one I'm showing here, called Nix, Pip, and Conda. So the thing is that we, new users to Python to understand the differences between Pip and Conda, and it could be kind of hard to explain in words why they should be made, and how to fix a Spyder, or how to get your Spyder working again once you have done that. So this video, I recommend you to anyone that has had problems with a Spyder before to take a look at this video and have a better understanding on how to solve these problems. So unfortunately, we don't have, since the channel doesn't have so many, or not 100 subscribers, we don't have a specific URL for it, but you can take a look at this QR code and go to it for now. We have also been doing a very nice job for community building. So we did in May, we did what we call an Spyder Cast, which was a meeting with all the developers in the project, some of the volunteers and some of the paid developers on Facebook. So we discuss many aspects of the project, and we also talk among themselves, and we met each other for the first time with some of them. So that was very nice. And if we are planning to do a new edition of this Spyder Cast in this month, in a couple of weeks, I hope. So if you're interested, you can follow us on Twitter. I'm going to show you the details below or in a minute, and then you can attend to them. And we can also answer questions if you have doubts, if you would like to know what's the future in Spyder 2. You can attend to these events and participate, and then it will be very nice. This first Spyder Cast was really, really cool. So I encourage you to attend this event. And finally, well, we have, unfortunately, this doesn't look well here, sorry. I hope, yeah, this looks better here. So we encourage everyone to participate in our community and help us develop Spyder. Spyder, even if it's right now sponsored by Quansai and NumFocus and these other companies that I told you about, it's still a community effort. We value very much your input. As I told you, we receive many issues per month, not only about problems in Spyder, but also suggestions and feature enhancements and things like that. So we will be glad to talk with you, with the community, about anything that you can think of to improve Spyder. We also, I think, among all the relevant scientific Python projects, we are perhaps the only project that it's translated to several other languages, which is what we have below here. So besides English, of course, we have French, German, Brazilian Portuguese, Chinese, Russian, Polish, and of course, here I didn't have the time to find the Spanish flag, because we also have, of course, a Spanish translation. So if you're interested in helping us translate Spyder to your languages, you can join us in a platform called Crowding. And there we publish our translation strings, and it's a very nice platform to use. It's a web platform, and you can easily subscribe to it and help us to translate the Spyder interface to your own language. And finally, this is our of social networks, social media presence. So we are on Instagram at Spyder ID, on Facebook also Spyder ID, Twitter Spider_ID, and this is our main GitHub repository. So thank you again to Sam for letting me participate on this maintenance track. I was not scheduled on it, and thanks a lot to not only to our contributors, volunteer contributors, but also to all our community for your participation in this project. I think all of you are doing a fantastic job. So thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Carlos, for that. We really appreciate you coming in and joining us in such short notice. And I'm glad you did, because there's definitely a lot about the Spyder community and library that I ended up learning here today. So yeah, again, I just wanted to take a second and thank everyone who's participated here, the presenters as well as the audience. And now we've come to the point where we're actually going to do a panel discussion. Normally you do something like this with everyone able to participate simultaneously, but given the limitations of Crowdcast, we're going to try and make this work as best as possible. So what I will do is I will invite a few of our presenters here, and as people get a chance to answer questions, I'll cycle them from on and off the screen. So if you do have any questions, specific to any project that you just heard about, or if you have any broad questions about what it's like to be a maintainer, feel free to add those questions into the Ask a Question box, and I will get to them, as the time allows. So I will give you a few minutes to ask questions as I actually pull up speakers. Okay, great. So there are a few project-specific questions that I'm going to go ahead and knock out, get out of the way. I have one for Carlos, one for Cal, as well as one for Melissa. So this first question is for Carlos, and this is a question from Anna. And her question is, does Spyder support any interactive Matplotlib backends natively? And if so, which ones?
What was the question again? Sorry.
The question is whether or not Spyder support any interactive Matplotlib backends natively, and if so, which ones?
Okay. Yeah, we have support right now for any backend that we can detect on your system. So Qt, TK, GTK, GTK3, etc., etc. So the thing is that the backend that we set by default is the inline backend, because it works with the plots pane. But you can switch it very, very easily in your preferences. So you go in preferences in the IPython console, you can select a different backend and work with it. The only backend right now that we don't support is the web backend, or the notebook backend, but we are planning to support that in Spyder 5.
The question was from Joris, and Joris asked, can you tell us a little bit about the grants that you received and how it's helped the community in terms of building a website and documentation?
So that was for me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so the grant has allowed us to have a few people working part-time towards the documentation, for example. So this is real work time that's being dedicated into building the documentation team and also writing content, organizing it, curating, taking care of some issues on the issue tracker related to documentation. So I think that's it's not a common thing to have grants or financial aid dedicated towards maintenance of open source software. I think the CZI grant is one of the only ones that does that. So usually when you have a grant or you have financial support for your project, it means for new features and new developments. So in this case, I think it's really great to have that kind of attention because NumPy, as a well-established project, has a lot of there's no really new features. There's some stuff like I showed you for the SIMD optimization or for the typing, but there's a lot of work to be done on maintenance. So having a dedicated team that can put their effort into there, I think it's extremely important. So that's what the CZI grant has enabled for us. Oh, you muted Sam again.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and start with a panel discussion. The way that this is going to work is basically I have a few prompts that's going to guide the discussion to some extent, but for the most part, the question's open-ended. I'd certainly encourage the panelists to respond not just honestly, but also to each other. So it's not necessarily the case that you have to answer my questions or answer someone from the audience's questions. You can comment on somebody else's feedback as well. And as far as the audience goes, we are slightly ahead of time, which means that we have a little bit of slack to experiment here. So if you're particularly interested in coming up on the screen to ask your question, let me know and I will invite you. That tends to take at least 30 seconds, as you've noticed. But if it makes it more fun, more interactive for you, I'm certainly open to making that happen. So the question I have is why be a maintainer? What drives you to do it, or what initially kind of motivated you to become a maintainer as opposed to just being a casual contributor? And I guess you can go ahead and answer that, Kyle.
Okay. So, mine's a little bit different because, the JOS is a bit, is a different effort than most of these other projects in that, most of us aren't necessarily contributing code. So I guess we are certainly contributing in other ways. There's lots of documentation changes and the kind of design and structure and work of the journal. So certainly we contribute in other ways than just code. But specifically the group of us that first founded JOS, some of it was selfish because most of us are academics who also write software as part of our research, and recognizing that if we wanted to get credit, we kind of had to create, a mechanism to do that. So some of it was just that experience. Specifically for JOS was, seeing this problem of folks in research developing software and contributing to big projects. And really, unless you go and write a major paper that gets cited, didn't have any way of kind of getting credit for that. So for us, it was somewhat selfish, but also seeing the problem for others in the community. So that's kind of why that's partially why I've remained involved for the last 4 years.
All right, great. So Melissa, what can you add to that?
So like I said, I'm not a maintainer at this point exactly, but I do understand a bit of maintainer work, and I think I've been involved in JOS before. And just to complement what Kyle was saying, I think many of the work they do is actually maintainer work, because reviewing, organizing, and just the logistics of putting reviewers in contact with the submitters. And it's all very much like a pull request review, right? Where you have to find people to review your pull request and then comment and then keep track of it and see if it's merged or not. So I think much of that is very, very similar to any other project, open source project. So I can see that that's not as shiny as implementing new features, for example, or as doing like amazing code. But I do see as like one of the most important infrastructure work that you can put your effort into in an open source project. And you can see that many projects are lacking in human power to do that, in the sense that people are burning out because they are having to dedicate so much time into that kind of work, because there are few people who actually actively volunteer to do that. And so I think this needs to be more valued, in a sense. It can be I don't know. I think it can be very tiring for people who are in charge of maintainer work to not be as recognized as just putting in new features or submitting new code.
Cool, thank you. So yeah, Anna, I'm going to go ahead and pass the question on to you. Why is being an open source project maintainer so important, and what kind of keeps you going?
I'm with Melissa that I have no idea what maintainer status is. I think Tom has decided if you have commit rights, you're a maintainer. I am definitely more on the community side of what I do with the project. But I guess whether you lean toward community or code, your goal here is the project is the same. Right? Like it helps that you want the project to not die. And as you go higher up in the project chain, you sort of shift from like your little contributions to also getting other people involved. And I think that's kind of, I think what I would split is maintainer starts being a little bit in management, which I know management, evil word, right? But when we think about the maintainers, they're either like managing all the core contributors and like, making sure the PRs will go in properly, hoping to try to get some, making sure like the important issues are tackled, the releases out. Matthias was the one who was like, a maintainer is anyone they trust with the project. Yeah, but see, and Tom's saying like it's responsible, and that's why I think this is how I think you end up. The more you go on the maintenance side, the more you end up in management, because you end up feeling like the project can't be yours itself. It has to include other people. And so you end up trying to think about like, how do we get other people involved? How do we make sure other people have space in the project and say and ownership and kind of all of these little pieces that end up, which is why if like on a lot of the bigger projects, right, the maintainers will sometimes write the least amount of code. You're muted.
All right, let's see how many times I can actually screw this up. So, so I guess this kind of like segues into a question I do have, starting with you, Melissa, and also to some extent, Lon mentioned, or at least like expressed the same sentiment, which is you don't consider yourself to be a maintainer, which I think is odd, personally, anyways, because I feel like the reason that you're saying that is effectively because of the fact that you don't feel yourself as being technically, like you don't feel yourself being technically familiar enough with the library such that you consider yourself a maintainer. So I guess the question is like, what would it take for someone who doesn't necessarily make code contributions to feel comfortable enough to call themselves a maintainer?
I think that's a very tough question, because I'm all for recognizing that work can be done in multiple ways and that code is not the only contribution you can make. And I absolutely believe in that. At the same time, I think in my case, for example, I've been involved with the project for about 6 months. So I would say being a maintainer involves having a little more experience in the sense of just communicating with people and being involved in the project, being involved in merging or commenting or committing or producing content or whatever. So I guess in this case it's more of a question of experience. Although I'm a long-time user, I've been a contributor for not that long. So I guess in my case it would be more about experience. but not about the kind of work that you do. Absolutely. I think that documentation, even triaging, labeling issues, that's all part of the infrastructure of a project, and that's all extremely important. So it's not about the kind of work that you do. I think it's more about the experience and the engagement you have with the community.
So yeah, I guess the question I wanted to pass on to you is like, at what point do you feel somebody should feel comfortable enough to call themselves a maintainer?
Yeah, you were muted. Is it for me?
Yeah, that's for you.
Yeah. I wish I knew. I mean, I think one definition of maintainer is that something in the code bugs you more than the rest of the world. And then you go, I have to fix this. Then that kind of weird responsibility pushes you towards, okay, it's this guy, he has to fix it. So at some point you cross that vague, blurry threshold, and of course somebody has to give you some commit rights, and that kind of administrative details are aside. I think you just want to do it, and there is nothing that keeps you up all night, so you can just stop whenever you want. And it's not like a real job, but somehow it gives you that kind of responsibility of some sort. Just like I broke 2 major packages, then okay, I have to fix this, do it. So that kind of stuff.
Thank you. So I just saw a question from Tom posted on the message thread, and I'm just going to pull that up into an actual question. So effectively, he talks about how caring too much is kind of a way for people to get exploited and effectively burn out. And so the question that I already had lined up, which very much relates to that, is like, how do you keep yourself from getting burned out? And for someone who's new, who wants to actually contribute, like, what should they expect to get out of your project for contributing?
That's a hard one. Everybody's different. So for my particular case, I pace myself. So I deliberately stop in the middle of the line of code. If I'm trying to make a pull request, I say, okay, this is too much, I'm going to go away, and then come back next day or 2 hours later, because you have to make sure that you're not burning yourself out. That's a very dangerous path to go down. Also, you are becoming a little bit agitated and, let's say, unpleasant towards other users. So you have to make sure that you kind of arrange your mood and your relationship between this open source stuff, because it's very consuming. You can get lost for days, and then you won't even notice it.
And how about you, Anna, in terms of like managing time energy? What advice do you have for people? And like, how do you make sure that your contributors and your maintainers are not kind of like getting taken advantage of?
I'm gonna go back to Brigine's the main name. The original question was what to do when you are told that you should not care this much, because I think it's this kind of, they're intertangled, because I've had bosses say that to me, and I've actually kind of said that to someone else, because we had the situation where a lot of folks were getting really burned out by doing PR reviews, because they felt like they were stuck doing all the reviews and like never got to actually write any new code. And I think, so I understand the why that question, why the statement is infuriating, and also why folks say it. And I think that question is really a starter for a conversation about boundaries, right? And I kind of want to just pull Brigitte in to the chat, because I think she can articulate, kind of think around this better, right? But on a budget, you're going to have folks who you're going to have folks who are sinking all the time into a task and then getting frustrated that it's not appreciated, and even what I found is like, even just having that conversation is a way to acknowledge the labor involved in doing the task, right? Even like folks talking about, oh, they're doing all the PRs is a way to bring that to the forefront. So you could be like, oh, wait, you guys really are doing all this. Like, do you want to reallocate? Do you want to reshift? Or like, did you really just want someone to notice, hey, you're doing this hard work? And I mean, and sort of that's why I think about a lot of the like burnout conversation, because there was a study about this, right? That basically said that a lot of burnout is not having the work recognized. It's not even about the work itself, like not being recognized, acknowledged, or like feeling invisible. On the flip side, though, sometimes you're just told not to care because someone has their own way of wanting to do this and they're trying to push you out. And at that point, like that is a bigger conversation about, I guess it goes back to like, it depends on where it's coming from. Be like, do not care. Like, is it coming from a place of worry or from a place of like weird power struggle nonsense?
I see. Sorry. Yeah. So I guess it's a matter of like whether or not it's like productive conflict or just kind of like toxic conflict. Cool. So yeah, this is interesting, managing a panel with these tools. I think I'm gonna go ahead and kind of like move on. We have a lot of people on this crowdcast, and I assume a lot of them are very much interested in getting involved. So I'm gonna try and steer my questions more towards the new people kind of questions. So obviously, there's a question about how can I get involved in your project, and what it takes to consider someone, or at what point someone should consider themselves a maintainer. And one of the things I ran into a lot of projects was they have all these great docs that tell you how to get started, how to contribute. But oftentimes it's unclear for someone who's actually contributing what the path is to becoming a maintainer. I mean, oftentimes, the documentations or the governance guide will have very vague wording, not vague per se, but like, not quantifiable wording in terms of like, this is how long it's going to take you. This is the number of tickets that you need to submit. This is the complexity that they need to be at. And, this is the process that's going to make sure that this is the kind of like transparent process that you're going to have to go through to become a maintainer. Because oftentimes, some people, they just contribute, like Elon said, just for fun. But other people, they contribute because their employer asked them to, or they're actually trying to add something to the resume saying that they're a co-contributor to NumPy, because that ends up being a big deal when you're interviewing, especially given that open source is becoming a lot more prevalent nowadays. So I haven't really seen a lot of projects with documented like pathways with people. Do you think that's a good idea, or like how do you think your project has made that process a lot more clear for people? Sorry, Anna, since you're unmuted.
Yellowbricks does this, and it's brilliant, and they have it all laid out with timelines, like you need to do this, this, and this, and 3 months, and it's a maintainer role, and 5 months, and it's this role, and like they have their governance, it's in their governance, and it's super clear, and I think that is a model I am like, quite that won't work in like a Matplotlib, because we need people who are around longer term than something like Yellowbricks, which implements little visualizers. But I am such a fan of the like clear expectation roadmap model for like, because don't ever ask the internet for contributors to your project, like in a blanket DM me kind of way. It's bad. But you get all those people and you don't have something to do with them. So clear pathways are the way to go. You're muted again. You're never not muted.
The hovering thing keeps blocking my mouse. So I kind of wanted to kind of like follow up, like kind of like pick on you a little bit more about this, right? Because you say Yellowbricks is a great example, but you're not using it in Matplotlib. You gave a reason, obviously, because of the fact that you need people to be a lot more committed, a lot more involved. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to stop certain people on my project for what we don't have it, but we are pushing for it.
Yeah, because I don't know. I kind of just, it's one of those things I find very much missing, and I think I kind of wanted to get an idea as to why projects. I mean, there's obviously the reason that you just gave, but I'm just kind of curious to see whether or not projects want to put that kind of stuff on their roadmap, because it definitely would help onboarding people. So, Kyle, I'm going to ask you this largely because I noticed on the JOS website that you had some I guess structural changes recently because of COVID-19 and the pandemic. So if you could answer, for me as to like what effect has the pandemic have on your community and your operations?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Yeah, when everybody was kind of starting to work from home, many folks had increased family and childcare obligations, particularly. And I mean, this is not limited to specifically, JOS editors and reviewers, but this is everybody. But we recognize that there is no usually real time pressure to getting papers, processed and reviewed and published in JOS. And so, we could slow things down, and we kind of moved into a reduced operating mode where we had paused all submissions of new articles. So we actually blocked the submissions so people couldn't submit new papers. And so we focused on, trying to just process kind of slowly at whatever pace was reasonable the papers that were under review, giving reviewers plenty of time, not really bugging them about getting the reviews submitted, or authors getting their changes made. And then so once, I forget, it was after a month or two, it seemed like people had started to maybe get a little bit more bandwidth, or we just realized that the backlog was going to be really high. So we went into this reduced mode where we were kind of slowly processing the backlog. The problem is that as soon as we opened, even in this reduced mode, the floodgates just kind of opened of submissions, and we had lots and lots and lots of submissions to process. So we just kind of, we're not triage isn't the right word, but we were just trying to get some of them per week assigned to editors. Most editors had a limited availability, they said. So just took a little while. We've actually basically gotten back to normal now in terms of processing all of the backlog of submissions. But we're still, I think, trying to be more flexible in terms of, time expectations and how long it takes folks to respond. So I think that was a pretty important thing to do, for just recognizing that even people without, kids to take care of or family obligations, it's just also been a very stressful time, and there's no need to bother folks with additional work when this is already a volunteer to begin with for the editors and the reviewers. So,
okay. Yeah. Cool, thanks. So the next question I have is, I'm going to start with Carlos, largely because I noticed towards the end of your talk, you had a lot of kind of social media resources lined up for people. And so it seems like it's a very conscious choice that your project made. And in fact, the person who asked the question is Anna, and I'm going to go ahead and read the question. Right. So her question is, do you think social media engagement is worth the time and effort? She's currently having mixed thoughts, so she wanted to get other people's opinions. Give me 1 second for me to unmute you. There you go. You're good.
Yeah. I think it's really worth the effort, especially for Generation Z. They are going to be the new maintainers, the new contributors, the new maintainers of the future. And for sure, we need to support the way that they communicate and they interact. So that's something that I didn't have time as a maintainer to do before. But thanks to Juanita Gomez, that I'll talk about her during my talk. And she's the one that took that role, and she has done it with great passion and love for it. So she's the one that is producing the YouTube videos, the one that is updating documentation and managing Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So of course, as you probably guessed, she's very young. She's Generation Z, and but I think she's the one that proposed to me that she wanted to do this. And I think it has been really good because, for example, now we I think people knows better where we are going, what are the things that we are interested in solving for the future. And also, for example, videos is a way better way to learn than reading docs, for example. So I think the investment pays off a lot.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I think hold on. I believe was it you, Alyssa, that talked about how you're trying to find ways to have people contribute other things besides through GitHub or something like that, like blog posts, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about Jupyter notebooks because that's also like the big thing that people are using to generate content, especially if they're going to do a blog or they're going to do some content to show other people. They're using primarily Jupyter notebooks. So that's really a way to receive content from people for documentation. But I just want to point out about social media that I have another aspect that I think is important. And I think that's communication with people who would not normally be involved in the project. For example, I do think that social media can be a way to increase diversity in your project, because being friendly on social media and showing the kinds of roles that you have in your project and the things you need to do and tasks that you would like people to work on, that might be a way to get new contributors that maybe would not go to GitHub primarily. So this is another avenue to reach out to people. So sometimes people are working in an academic setting, or they are students, or they are doing something else, and they would not think of going straight to GitHub submitting a PR. But they do engage on Twitter, and they may think, wow, there's a documentation thing that I could do, or I could do translations, or I could maybe check out this project. So for social media, I think that's one of the big values of social media is reaching out to people who are not your primary developer who would go to GitHub.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, great. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and ask you a question that I asked earlier that Anna actually answered a little bit. I'm asking this primarily because NumPy is such a major project, and I think there's probably a lot of people out there very much interested in kind of like figuring out how to get involved in NumPy, largely because it's going to make it easier for them to get involved in other projects. And my question is with regards to expectations of a contributor, and specifically the roadmap that someone can expect to go through from being a casual contributor to being an actual maintainer, because there's a lot of value to that on your resume. So I feel like, if it's a lot more transparent what the process is, it's going to be a lot easier for people to get involved. Also, they're going to be a lot more motivated. Does NumPy have such a structure or process that people can expect to go through to become a maintainer, or just to gradually become more responsible for the project?
Yeah, I think that's something we need to do. We don't have it already, so we don't have a document that specifies that kind of thing. But I think that's a really important thing to do, and it's part of the process that we're developing. We had the big NumPy revamp, NumPy.org, and then the documentation. And one of the documentations that we would like to add is something like that, like a maintainer's guide, or how to get involved, and maybe be more specific about it. But that is a larger governance conversation, which involves a lot of people. So NumPy is a project that has been evolving for a long time. And so there are many things that we need to change, but there are so many moving parts, so to speak, that you have to go into small steps and then integrate it all. I'm not sure you could do a huge overhaul of the whole project, structure, governance, and contributions and all that in one go. It has to be incremental, and I think we're working towards it, but it's not immediate. So this is something that we're looking for. Yes, we are looking at structuring this better so we can have new users come and understand exactly what the expectations are. Like, from my experience, the expectations are not like you don't have to be the best programmer. You don't have to be like the ultimate number crunching person to contribute. You just have to come and contribute. People will be friendly to you. I've never had a problem in the issue tracker for NumPy, and I think it's hard because it is intimidating. It's an intimidating library because it's so fundamental. And me as a contributor, I'm scared of breaking downstream, like Ilan was describing earlier. So I think that's something that we recognize, but at the same time, we want to make it easier for new people to come in.
Yeah, I mean, I think I definitely like that answer. It certainly tells me a lot as to like what NumPy has considered and where things are going for NumPy in the future. And kind of stress. I'm going to keep stressing a little bit, or at least I'm going to try and get some more specific answers. Largely because it's a matter of kind of incentives, right? So people have different incentives why they contribute to open source. For me, it's trying to make it transparent to them as to what the process is for them to actually become, it's accredited, but like to be part of the in-group. Because for a lot of people, what's intimidating is not necessarily the code itself, but the community, or at least the core, like the decision-making piece of the community. Because if it's a tight-knit group, you're like, yeah, it's not. It's more like it's more like the case. If it's a tight-knit group, it's going to be very hard to break into, and especially if there's no documentation or transparency as to like how you become part of the group. It's basically a matter of like how close are you with someone who's inside of the group. And I think a lot of people, they subconsciously either know that or notice that, and that's what keeps them from becoming a maintainer. Because I wouldn't want to sacrifice my weekends and it turns out like there's no pathway, or like it's not noticed that I'm making these sacrifices for these projects simply because there's no formal documentation or formal process for it. And I guess, Kyle, I'm gonna give you a chance to answer this largely because well, for one, you've been at JOS for a while, and you've also kind of like managed large organizations where, I mean, I'm assuming to some extent you're responsible for people's career pathways, and you might have a bit more to say about that as it applies to open source.
It's like we were unmuting and muting at the same time. So I mean, specifically with JOS, this is something that it's kind of evolved over time. Originally it was a fairly small group. We had kind of our BDFL, who still is essentially, but many of the decisions and the kind of design and how things have evolved have been done based on the group consensus and input. And how people kind of join that group is there's kind of a couple different pathways. Our maintainers are essentially the editorial board, and within that there's Arfan kind of at the top, mostly because it was his idea to begin with. He's done a lot of the coding, to be honest. And then there's the associate editors in chief who kind of just help with, like, we handle the submissions. We don't really make the decisions, I think. That's still the editorial board. Most things are done via discussion. And then how you actually get in that group is either, we have had calls for people to join. Like we're looking to bring people on because we need, folks to help handle submissions. So we've actually purposely grown that group. And so people have joined, through open calls, and they've applied. We've actually done more targeted recruitment to bring folks on that maybe we have seen involved because they've reviewed for us. Maybe they've been more active, submitting questions or suggestions via issues. So folks have gotten involved in the, for us, it's like, I think being on the editorial board is something that's, you're contributing. In academia, that can be helpful to be, an editor of a journal in terms of career credit. So people have kind of sought it out themselves. We've sought folks out. It's more likely that to be involved if you have already been involved as a reviewer or as a, I guess, contributor in terms of making, comments or suggestions, or being an author. I think it's much more likely to be either for your application to be an editor to kind of get attention, or for us to reach out to you, depending on what those contributions have been. So I think, some active, reaching out and asking, like, hey, I'd like to be an editor, I'd like to be a reviewer, like that gets our attention, and that's how a number of people have been involved. And then once you're there, that's, you have the same voice that everybody else in the editorial board has in terms of direction of the journal and the project.
Cool, got it. Thank you. So yeah, Ilona, I kind of brought you up to get your thoughts on this as well. And I guess just to repeat the question, it's a matter of what's the formal / transparent process that you have in place so that people can stay motivated as far as making casual contributions, becoming a maintainer.
That's a good one. As far as I see, well, maybe I should start with my own story. I was end of my PhD and I was using Matlab, so sorry about that. And there was a bug that caused me lose 3 months. And it was a really annoying bug, so it's not easy to find which black box actually exploded along the way. So then after I stopped using it, I said, okay, this is not nice. And I know how to actually recreate this piece of scientific code. So I basically started doing my own thing, as I mentioned in the talk. But then I realized some of the things were missing in the ecosystem. And then I said, okay, maybe I should put it down. So first I pushed it into my own package. Then I said, maybe I should ask the big guys if they are willing to host this piece of code. And then everybody said, yeah, why not? So it was very smooth. And to this day, we are doing the same thing. So if you have an idea, just pop up out of nowhere. We are not going to ask you like, who are you first? Send your CV and stuff like that. There is no such thing. Just, show up or send them a message to the mailing list. That's also very active. I didn't know mailing lists were still a thing before I ended up on SciPy. So actually they are still using it. So now I'm using it. And for the other people, one thing that people should understand is that this is nobody's code and everybody's code at the same time. So I'm not going to claim ownership if you fiddle with things that I fixed before. I don't care, as long as it's good and better, just put it in, the more the merrier. So people, I think, has this idea of, okay, these are the maintainers, so they own the whole thing. And we can't enter, there's a big barrier. It's not like that. It's just, we are doing it and you can do it too. So just hop on the wagon.
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. You did mention during your presentation how the primary motivator for you is the fact that it's a lot of fun. That's not necessarily the case for a lot of people, right? I mean, for example, imagine the current situation with the pandemic. Say, for example, people have lost their jobs and they need some kind of filler between what they did and what they're doing now. For them to contribute to open source just in good faith so basically the idea is this: if you're no longer formally employed and you're trying to build a career on open source, there's no transparency about how the progression would work. Obviously this would have to be a project level kind of definition, but the question is to what extent do projects feel comfortable, or to what extent do I guess the question is that to what extent do you see a project ever actually outlining a career path for people that want to be contributors? Because having the stamp maintainer on GitHub is a big deal, and especially if you're able to put that on LinkedIn, it's a big deal. Because these projects, employers know these projects, and I know several people that have been hired, into my company and to other companies specifically because they're maintainers. So it's a big deal for someone to have the recognition of being a maintainer. So how do you I hate to commoditize that, but how do you formally make that a possibility?
Yeah. So one thing that we have to distinguish is that these are the open source. If you have I'm always thinking about bad connotation words. So if you have a hidden agenda, but let's convert it into something positive. If you want to use the open source to make it like a stepping stone, I don't think you would have too much of a chance, because open source is by its nature slow going, very patiently, every day a line of code is going into the master main branch, sorry. And it's all this, if you want to be proud of what you did in terms of a career return, that would require a lot of time investment. So I don't think you would get anything out before 2 years or 3 years if you're really committed, because it's totally fine if you want to do this, use these things as stepping stones, but also you have to consider that open source is for everybody, not just for your career. So there is a balance, ethical balance there, that you cannot go lightning speed and, okay, I'm going to fix this here, scikit-learn there, PyTorch there, SciPy, NumPy, and then you can do all these things, but either you're going to burn out or you're going to get angry that people are not accepting your contributions fast enough and things like that. So I don't think it's a wise choice to move faster.
I guess that I definitely agree with that in terms of having a hidden agenda. I think the word agenda certainly has a negative connotation to it, but if your goal is to progress as a developer, then that might actually be okay. Because if you think about it, right, somebody who's been a software engineer or senior software engineer for like 10 years, the idea that, let's say, for example, they've actually been using SciPy for 5 years, it's most likely the case that they have a fairly good understanding of the library. And if it's the case that their employer is, very closed as far as revealing what they do with the software, it's not far-fetched that like within 3 months they could actually, it's not far-fetched that they might actually know more about the library than the maintainers do. And so the question is like, how do you make it easier for those kinds of people to formally get involved? Because I think, making that process transparent is not necessarily the case that it's going to lead to a lot of, casual contributors becoming maintainers, but rather it's going to lead to a lot of casual contributors being motivated to stay long term, because there's a kind of like an opportunity cost as far as choosing to contribute to a project or just forking it and keeping your own branch. So yeah, I do find the question of a formal career path to be a very relevant one, because it's no longer the case that open source is a hobby kind of thing. It's very much become a professional career for a lot of people. And so formalizing that process, or at the very least having some kind of understanding that it's necessary, I find would be really useful for a lot of projects. So I'm not sure if you guys have considered it at all. So with that, I don't know if Melissa, you wanted to add to that, because I saw you shaking your head a few times.
No, I think I definitely agree, and I also think that there's a way to look at this as how do you engage people in activities that are not necessarily what they want to do when they arrive? Because when people think about contributing to open source, they usually think about writing code and putting those commits in. And sometimes that's not what the project needs. So there's also a question of the fit between the work you're looking for and the work the project is looking for. But that's not always clear. When you call for contributions, you don't necessarily say, oh, we need someone to manage triage, or we need someone to do documentation. You usually just call for contributors, and they all sometimes go into the same area. So you end up with a lot of people trying to do commits in the same package or in the same area of the code, but then there's other parts that are neglected. Right. So having a structure around where people can contribute to, I think it's super important to get those contributions effective to both sides, so that people don't waste their time working on stuff that has been reworked several times, right, and the project can get the benefit of the contributions.
Gotcha. So I suppose to some extent, if you're talking about, like, I hate to say carrot and stick, but if it's the case that, for example, like revamping your entire CI infrastructure is slightly more important, or considerably more important than fixing typos on several like documentation, having kind of like it's a formally mapped out process, but having a kind of explicitly defined process that says, okay, if you're actually able to do this entire CI thing, we don't particularly care how long it takes you to do it. It might take you a week, it might take you 6 months. But if you're able to do this and commit to being in the projects for this period of time, then we can actually label you a maintainer. Versus if all you want to do is fix typos, that's totally fine too. But like once you're familiar enough with your entire documentation over the course of like a year, then you become a maintainer. For me, what I've found missing a lot of projects, even your projects as I researched it, is really kind of like that definition, because it's a very daunting task when you are. So let me get back to the example that you just gave, right? So you ask for help, broadly speaking, from the community, and people are coming in, they're contributing the places that they feel comfortable contributing, but you're not actually saying that this is your incentive for contributing here, this is your incentive for contributing there. And I feel like as current maintainers, you have a lot of power in terms of incentivizing people to work on specific things versus others. And I kind of just wish a lot of projects made use of that, because the mindset that I'm seeing is the same mindset that existed way back in like Linux days, right? Because these guys are all hackers and they're doing it for fun. They're getting paid probably too much money anyways. So but like most people, this is like I said, they don't have a choice but to work in these software. And so people that come like to SciPy, people that come to open source, broadly speaking, they're coming for not for the fun of it, but they're coming for specific motives. And I think accommodating those motives, and the best way that the project sees fit is a good idea. I have not seen it done at all in a lot of places. All right, so I think that's enough questions for me. I want to see if I can talk a lot of questions from the audience. All right, well, I guess I'll ask this one. This is actually from you as well. All right, I'll just ask you this one because why not? So, in terms of the community, you mentioned the fact that this is for you, Melissa. You mentioned the fact that you're relatively new to NumPy, but I'm assuming that you've had some experiences on open source, broadly speaking, before that. And so, give us an idea in terms of like when you first started versus now. How has the community changed, and what do you think the community is missing?
So I've been involved in open source for a long time, for like 15, maybe more years. I was an academic before, so I was using open source software to develop research and to do my studies and to teach. So I have been around open source for a long time, but I've been a contributor for a short time. And part of it is because I was intimidated to approach these projects and to contribute anything, because I thought like everything's done already and they don't need me. And there's a whole question of all that you were mentioning before about approaching a group of people who are tight-knit and you want to make a contribution, but you don't know how to approach that. And I think all that you just said made a lot of sense. And I think what I've seen changing in, I don't know, the last times since I've been working on open source, recently we've seen a lot of people putting more value into a more diverse group of roles that people can take in different open source projects. So again, you used to talk about a core maintainer, and that was like the ultimate thing you could be. And now you have like this broad range of stuff that you can do in a project. So you can be on documentation, you can do the website, you can do the logo, you can do triaging, you can do outreach, and you can do social media, and you can do videos. So I think diversifying the range of roles that people can assume in one of those projects is excellent to get different kinds of people in, because that makes you richer as a project and as a community. And so I think that's what I've seen change the most, but also recognizing the burden on people who are maintaining. Actually, a large part of these projects, they are under a lot of stress. So we've seen a lot of people talking about burnout, a lot of people talking about like just the huge amount of work and the expectations that people put over open source maintainers. So I think those are good conversations to have. And I think those are the things that strike me the most as changing in the latest years.
So Kyle, if you wouldn't mind like sharing a little bit about your views as far as when you first started in open source versus now, what's changed and what do you think the community is missing?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Yeah. This is tricky because I contribute to some projects. I'm also not a big code contributor at this point in my career. I think that I'm really happy to see the growth and recognition that there are multiple ways to contribute. I think that is, that's already, Melissa already talked about that, but I think that that is a very positive change, and I think that's a way to, all the other work related to open source is all, it's very important work, and the way that gets done is by encouraging people to do it, by recognizing that it's important and good work. So I think that's not necessarily, that is a good change, and I'm glad to see it. That's not something that we need, because I think that's happening, and I'd like to see that continue to happen, and for folks to get credit for that work. Yeah, I guess I don't know that I have any other thoughts that I could clearly give at this point.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Let me go ahead. I brought Anna up because she posted a question on the chat thread that I kind of wouldn't mind having her answer. So it's not really a question as much as it was just a comment. Let me close this thing. That's right. Great. So the comment you said, I think valuing the roles is how we can set expectations. And I guess the question that I have for you is, what does value mean? Are you going to just make it all caps, or are you going to kind of give people prizes when they do it? So it's kind of what is value? Value means different things to different people, right? So it's kind of figuring out what are you going to give somebody as value for their time and effort, in terms of taking on a specific role within your project.
So, one of the things I'm very frustrated with GitHub right now is, we want to make everyone part of the team, because if we make everyone part of the team, then they have that Matplotlib membership, and that's great and easy and done. But that also gives them commit rights and the ability to make new repositories all over GitHub, which we don't particularly want to do in our community folk. So now, only one of our community folk who does our blog does that, and not anyone else. And the reason I'm thinking about GitHub is because you guys have all been saying, that is the currency we operate under, even if we shouldn't. But when we think about value, I'm thinking about someone who, she did our Instagram for us, and it was a conversation of what do you want to get out of this? Okay, curation. Here, let's do this. And then on the slides and stuff, we credited she was doing this, right? If you haven't named roles on the project page, NumPy is doing a lot of this really great, right? Where they're constantly naming the people doing website stuff, documentation, all these hidden things. SciPy, even though I'm arguing with you about this, right? It's also really good about this. They're people in community roles also. They're named, they're mentioned, they're very publicly associated with the project. And also the other thing, right, the way you evaluate is when you do these talks, right, at conference updates, right, community and a lot of people's talks, the community work got a lot of mention. It got a lot of slide decks, right? And when we put that in our slide decks, we are saying we value this work and we want you to know about it, right? It's the it's the what do you tell your users about? That is the thing you care about. And I know I'd say this given our talk was technical talk, but that's forgiven only because I do most of the community work, so it balances.
So, right, you talked about a lot about kind of giving people visibility for their work, and you said, you'll post this on the release notes, or you'll post this on a slide. The question is at what point can someone post themselves? May that be on their resume or in their GitHub that they actually are a maintainer, or they actually do this, and that. Because the idea is the value of being a core maintainer or being a maintainer on the project is the fact that only a few people can actually claim that right. If anyone can claim that they're a maintainer on NumPy or Pandas on their resume, and there's no way to actually officially check that, automatically, I won't say automatically, to a large extent, the value of being a maintainer in NumPy has been depreciated a great deal, right? So, who is the currency maintainer, or the central bank that's going to be all right, here you can actually officially say that you're a NumPy maintainer? For me, that's kind of one of those. The reason is because for-profit companies, they give their engineers money in exchange for their efforts. Obviously, open source projects do have money. You give it to some engineers. Some of those people are actually core maintainers. You also have other people that are getting paid by other companies to be core maintainers on a project. The question is, given that the currency that you have is the visibility and the recognition, what are some ways that you're actively using that or consciously using that to actually encourage people to contribute?
So this is where I'm also thinking about when we value the goals and we make it public, we also make it as explicit because we're telling people what goes into doing those roles. Right? We're saying, hey, we have this person and they do the website and this is the things they did. So if you want to come in and join the website, here are the things that you could do. Right? And so that's how we start unpacking the black box that is open source. I'm definitely one of those people. I did GSOC twice, to get into open source. So I'm definitely one of those, it is a very cliquey black box where everybody knows each other, and I get that's inscrutable. And the thing and that's sort of also why, okay, you put on your resume and this happened. I feel bad about it now, got snarky about a conference submission where someone said they were a Matplotlib contributor. And I looked at their thing and no, they weren't. Or they were. Actually, no, let's rephrase that. They were a Matplotlib contributor. They were not a contributor. And I think that's actually how you do it, right? They're a contributor, but they're not a contributor in the way that was needed to have the resume they needed for the talk. Right. So at the end of the day, if someone puts Matplotlib maintainer and they're not on the GitHub Matplotlib maintainer, you still look at their resume and all the things they're saying they did, the things they did.
I guess the question is how do you prevent those kinds of you could call it miscommunications or miscalibrations? Because you mentioned, go ahead.
LinkedIn just messed up, and LinkedIn is anyone can say that they're anything at any company.
Exactly, right? So if you're going to have a source of truth, which is going to be your GitHub repository, because say, for example, you have a contributor.md that lists the people that actually are high-level contributors to this project, this would be a great kind of way to maintain the value of your currency, right? The question is how many projects are doing that, and to what extent is this kind of process formalized? Because you mentioned earlier when you were answering the currency that you currently have is having contributor right access to the repository of the organization. Why is that the only currency that you're using? Or at least I won't say why, but what other currencies could you possibly use that may give people owners membership within a group in GitHub, but not necessarily right access to the repository? Because I feel that within of itself, because of the fact that unlike LinkedIn, where people can claim they're an employee at a certain employer, to actually be part of a specific group within LinkedIn, you actually have to been invited. So I feel that's a major currency beyond the actual commit rights that a lot of projects can use, but I'm not seeing it being used at all.
Yeah, this is why I need GitHub to add a way for us to have members who cannot create repositories, so I can add in my very favorite social media person. They don't have that. So, I'm granted, I'm probably going to put him in as part of the blog or bug Tom to do it. But that is a problem with the structure of GitHub. And I think this is also where Discourse, actually, we don't do Discourse, but Jupyter, I think, has had some success with Discourse, right? Because Discourse lets you do the ranked teams and you make people admins and stuff. And that's another way to give people kind of visibility in the community space. As soon as more people understand how Discourse works, right? The problem is right now is coders understand GitHub. They don't understand Discourse as much.
Gotcha. Are you raising your hand, Cal, or are you just
Sort of, kind of. I think what you mentioned, I think you both maybe mentioned this, but the projects that have adopted some of the different, I'm forgetting the names right now, but some of the different approaches to not only just listing the contributors, but having labels or categories for different types of contributions. And then, I feel that's a pretty clear way for the project to give somebody recognition, regardless of what permissions or rights they may have, or what's limited based on what GitHub can do. But if you have a managed list and kind of categories of contributions, then it's very easy for somebody to say, oh, I've contributed, whatever core contributor means. Maybe it doesn't need to be that. It's well, if I'm a code contributor to this project, or I'm a administrator, so that you can actually point to that and it's an official document of a project, and it kind of can avoid some of those weird, well, what kind of contributor am I? I was going to say the other way is when you do publish things about the software, like a paper, including, one way to ensure if somebody gets like official credit is to include them on those sorts of things, including not just code contributors, but also other kinds of, the other kinds of contributions that are made.
Thanks for that. So yeah, let me ask one more question, and we'll see if I can bring up a few other panelists. And this is something that you kind of like alluded to earlier, Anna, as far as the reason that you're kind of like trying to be more careful as far as who you bring into the GitHub group is the fact that GitHub has the permissions aren't exactly ideal. And the question is like, to what extent do you actually run into issues where somebody does something on the GitHub or in the repo that they're not supposed to do that actually sets the project back? And I guess the question is like, this is kind of like the whole mail-in voting thing, right? Is there, what's the probability that somebody's going to actually do something not supposed to, and how often does that happen?
Honestly, like, really looking at someone with like full commit rights who's been a contributor for 10 years accidentally merges in something that breaks everything, even if it passed CI, right? At the end of the day, like, I don't even know if people can actually delete repos, and that would be the danger would be more delete repos than really there's not too much damage you can do. But and again, I go back to like what Matthias says of like, when do you give people access is when you trust them. Right. The problem is there, of course, is how you build trust relationships ends up its own like little privileged mess that goes back to the fact that everybody knows each other. So I don't know really what you like. I think this is why like you have people being like, we really need people to be around for more than a couple of weeks, right? Because that's how you build relationships and friendships. And like, okay, I think you're normal. I don't know, but again, we've all seen the drama blow-ups of like someone who's a major in a project has created all the problems. So people are hard.
So I guess just to clarify, when you say problems, you're specifically talking about like cultural problem, right? Or not necessarily the case, code problems.
Well, there've been people who like got mad, and I forgot which project it was, but they got mad and deleted everything.
Oh boy, that's that's definitely one of those kind of like I don't know, black swans you have to watch out for. It's just that I find that, like you said, right, the trusting is the primary thing here, and for some who's not part of the clique, simply getting that access is kind of like a way for me to trust you. It's not necessarily the case that you have to trust them for them to be a contributor. Trust goes both ways. If they don't trust you, that's as much as a problem as you not trusting them. So the question is like, how can you incrementally give them access, or how can you incrementally give them something to show that you're trusting them such that they actually start trusting you more? Because I feel like a lot of these projects that are kind of like under stress when it comes to maintainers versus users, it's hard to understand, because if you look at a project like, I don't know, Pandas or Jupyter with millions of users around the world, they only has like 16 or 20 maintainers. The probability that like only that percentage of the people that use the software are the ones who are capable of actually maintaining it is not likely the case, right? So, I mean, obviously there's issues as far as too many cooks in the kitchen. There's only a certain number of people like you can actually manage effectively. And I would have imagined that the biggest problem a lot of these projects would have is too many skilled and experienced people coming in, and you don't know how to properly allocate their capabilities to make the project actually keep going forward.
So one of the new things, this is going to be a way to build trust, is the new triage rights. And we are experimenting with that, right? Giving everybody who like has a PR into triage rights. And if they've not abused it long enough, it'll help to giving them it. The problem is sort of the new shiny versus old problem, right? Of like lots of people who want to come in and like do something and like they can fix a bug or something. But the reviews don't count, because like we at least, and most projects have a 1, 2, 3 reviews from core contributors to get something in thing, right? So that creates like a funnel problem of like great people, but now we have to like get your stuff in to the code base. And that's where the secondary problem of like lots of people who are totally qualified. But again, it's an 18-year-old code base. We are very soon going to have contributors. Actually, we have contributors who, again, are younger than the code base. So, like, there's just a lot there to understand when you're thinking about doing the reviews and stuff. And NumPy, I'm sure, has the exact same problem of, like, you just need... So Melissa can talk about this more of just, like, it's, again, it's just, like, it's a resource allocation problem.
Thanks for that, Anna. So Melissa, do you want to expand on that at all? I'm going to see if I can actually rephrase the question. So yeah, the question is in terms of building trust with maintainers, how do you make that happen both ways? Because it's one thing for you to trust a new contributor enough to give them access to the repository. It's another for a new contributor to trust, the powers that be enough to actually keep contributing to the project. So like, how can you build trust with someone while actually still balancing the whole health of the community and health of the code base?
So I think there's a couple of things here, but I would say that being involved in, for example, PR reviews, that's the moment where you can see both the familiarity of someone with the code base and how they treat other people. And so I would think that's a moment where you can really see the engagement of someone who's trying to be a new maintainer or who's trying to engage with the project more deeply. Because you can see when you're doing PR reviews, you have to handle so much stuff because it's like I've been a university professor and it's like reviewing your students' papers, right? So you have a lot to unpack and you also have to learn how to communicate properly to the people who are submitting the PR or those commits. And you have to be able to assess, like, is this useful? How does this integrate with the rest of the code base? How are we going to maintain this in the future? So I think it involves so many different aspects of maintaining a project that I think PR reviews are one of the ways people can show their commitment to the project and engagement and knowledge and all that. But I also think that PR reviews are extremely hard. And I think that's one of the hardest things you have to do in a project, exactly because it involves so many stuff. And so I think that's one of the pieces of, it's like different levels of engagement. Submitting your PR is great, but then reviewing someone else's PR, I think that sets a different level of understanding and engagement with the community. So I would say that's one of the things that, to me, that sets an understanding of how is this person engaging with the community, how do they engage with the code base, and how can they communicate that properly. But yeah, I think that's a very hard problem, and I don't think I have an answer to that. I think it's just like observation, like from the things I've seen from my experience. I think that's a very hard problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that definitely is a very hard problem. I think a lot of people have been looking into that. I kind of just wanted to start some discussion around it. And I'm going to wrap up this kind of like same vein with you, Ilan, largely because a lot of the answers that you've given, at least like, I think a lot of the things that I've heard from you have been kind of very idealistic, which is, I think, what the majority of the people that contribute to open source, that's kind of like their mindset, right? They're in this because it's fun. And I feel like a lot of the people that end up getting to the point where you're at, where a lot of you guys are at, again, the reason is because they enjoy it that much and they don't actually notice well, I hate to say they don't notice. The opportunity cost is not the same equation as for other people, because you'd probably be doing this anyways, even if you didn't become a maintainer, for example. But you did mention the fact that like you find it, I'm kind of curious to what extent other people share the same views as you, as far as if somebody's coming in with an agenda, to what extent is that bad? To what extent like is that a bad thing, or should that be a bad thing? Because I'm trying to, I mean, if you can imagine, who would you say like are the top three maintainers in SciPy? That's an actual question, by the way, because I'm not sure.
Who are the top three maintainers, meaning activity-wise or leadership-wise?
Yeah, active people that are actually listed in the core group.
that's a lot of people actually, because we are very close, because everybody is trying to deal with one specific module, and every module is used by, I don't know how many. It's scary even to think about. So Ralph and Pauli.
Yeah, it's not a quantitative question. It's more a qualitative one. So I just need a name.
Yeah, qualitative, for example, Ralph and Pauli is doing most of the legwork in terms of the relationship with other packages.
Right.
Also, they are active in NumPy.
Gotcha.
And
so I guess my question is, like, say for example, Ralph changes his name on his face somehow, and he comes back and tries to be a contributor, and his goal is to become a maintainer within like 3 months, even with the same knowledge that he has about SciPy.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a way that would actually is it possible for Ralph to come back and a new person and a new face to actually be a maintainer of SciPy within 3 to 6 months?
No, I will smell him and then I will block him. No, I mean, of course it is, because it's already happening. So I think 2 months ago, some users started doing a lot of work consecutively, and I think after 3 months, somebody proposed it in the core dev mailing list again, because it's a thing. And then we were like, yeah, this guy is really nice. Just propose him if he wants to join or not. And then he said yes. So maybe I'm outside the circles of the whole open source thing. Maybe I'm too far from the actual where the magic happens. But you know, if you want to really climb the ladder in your own pace, places like Kaggle or I don't know, where the competition is fierce and then you want to make a difference very quickly, then you can try those things. But open source is a very, I don't know, it's hard to explain. I mean, nobody will come and change how eigenvalues work
Right.
next month. So that stuff is there. So the only thing that you can do is maybe change the documentation or add yet another tiny thing. So in this version, for example, we overhauled the whole the symmetric matrix eigenvalue stuff.
Right.
That's sitting like I don't know, 2 years now, and finally, you know, I said, okay, we have to fix this. It's too late.
Right. Gotcha.
That kind of stuff. So I think Ralph will be again very successful because he's very good at this.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the example that you just gave. Right, the one person who came in, did all these contributions, and within 3 months, somebody actually formally invited him, and the process happened. So like, that's a process, right? But unfortunately, that process is not documented anywhere. I feel like if that was documented in a lot more places, you would have a lot more of those kinds of people that are actually able to make major contributions in the span of 3 months and actually become maintainers that way. The problem is, like, he did it largely because he didn't have, that was not his primary motive, right? But if there are other people who actually have the capability and have the time, why not like make it easier for them to do that? Because at the end of the day, like, just because somebody becomes a core maintainer doesn't necessarily mean it's like a position for life, right? If at any point in time they stop being involved in the project, or they become evil, it's not that big of a deal to remove them from the group. Because that's also another thing that I don't see a lot of projects do, which is offboarding people, because that's important as far as I don't know which principle it is. It's something along the lines of when you're in a group and the person who's this committed effectively lowers the bar for everyone. So the idea is how do you kind of how do you formalize that process you just talked about? Because it happens. It's not rare. And how do you also maintain the value of the group by making sure that people are offboarded when they should be? Because there's no formal process either.
Yeah, there are none. So writing that process down bounds you to those things that you wrote down. So it's a very tricky thing. If you write it down, then it's formal, and then you have to abide by those rules. And this is a social interaction setting, so you can't write down, okay, now you have to thank me, and then I will say you're welcome, and then you are going in. It's just, I can't find a formula for that, but let me lower the bar all the way down. And then imagine you are a new Python coder, you know one thing, and what that thing works, just put it out there. Don't wait is it formal enough? Is my code good enough? I mean, they can just go and check my first commits. It's it's funny even that it's that bad, because I didn't know anything, and then it goes like, what the hell? And somebody said, maybe you shouldn't do this, it's SciPy, you have to be better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So my suggestion for really, really beginners, absolute beginners, is that just do it, and then we will help you. One detail, just to not steal too much time. If I see, for example, a user struggling with the Git, and then they are trying to reorder their commit or whatever, and there are other issues that I can fix, I will spend my time on this user's code. Sometimes we go in, actually fork their branch, fix their stuff, and then let them continue contributing. So it's a lot of hand-holding, and I'm not also doing a lot of coding lately. So it's all about spending time and making people go into this path.
Gotcha.
So that's about it.
Cool. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to touch real quickly on something that you just said, and I'm going to kind of like circle back around to the other panelists, and then I'm going to ask like a final question to close this out. So you touched on something that like I didn't really want to say myself, which is the fact that when you actually write down these processes, you're bound to them. So you're effectively making a commitment to these contributors that if they put their time into this project and these ways, then like they're going to get this, and that out of the project. So, I mean, obviously, like you said, it's a commitment. There's a risk to it in the sense that, like, you might not get the formula right the first time, but at the end of the day, like, the benefit is you get a lot more of those people that are able to make these major contributions in 3 months and become actually core maintainers. So the question is, like, to what extent is taking the risk of actually having something as opposed to nothing that actually gets you the maintainers that you want versus kind of like doing what you're doing right now, which is, I don't know to what extent what you're doing right now is successful, but assuming that you want to build a better process, like what do you think? I guess this is the whole like who's in the inner group thing, right? Like, how do you make a commitment as a project or as project maintainers that we're going to tell people like this is the process that we're going to stick to? It might not work the first time. We might have to revise it, but this is what we have right now. Because there are like 76 people currently on this session, and I'm pretty sure like probably half of them would easily be considered core maintainers as far as what they know about a lot of our libraries, but it's possibly the case that a lot of them actually been contributing for several years and they're still not core maintainers, or they don't consider themselves maintainers. Like, how can you change that for people?
That's a tough one. I think this puts a lot of virtual power on the shoulders of the maintainers, because I don't think maintaining some project doesn't make you it's just telling, so it just says that this person committed a lot of hours into this project. I'm not feeling like I have this inner circle, like, let's see if it can fit in. Like, I don't feel that, but maybe some projects do, because I'm just throwing names out there. So if scikit-learn is handling a certain problem, there are gazillions of machine learning people right now, fighting each other to get on top of each other. I might imagine that it's a problem for them, but on the SciPy part, we are trying to provide some tools to everyone. And this message should, maybe it's our fault that we can't emit this message, but we are not doing this for our own inner circle. So we are not the owners of this enterprise. We are just passing by, and then we can do more stuff. And if you have a shoulder to spare to lift this weight, please join. So we are really not that of a exquisite circle. So just start from anywhere.
Gotcha. Cool. Thanks for that. So Anna, can you expand on that a little bit in terms of, you already mentioned her earlier how Yellow Bricks does a really good job of kind of like outlining their process and their roadmap, and unfortunately that's not something that Matplotlib can quite do right now. But like, what's anything that Matplotlib could possibly do right now to get people to make a commitment, I guess, to your contributors as to this is how we're going to make it worth it for you?
I'm still muted. Okay, can people hear me? Great. So I will say we have all of that stuff in our governance repo in a draft. If people are interested, like shoot me a question and I'll throw the link down there. And what we're trying to do very much is this multiple modalities thing of like, we have a discourse, we have a place in our discourse of like, if you want to contribute, come there and ask what you like, help to get involved. Our contributors are like, they really want more people, like a more core team, a larger core team, but they just want people who are like interested and involved. So basically, folks will be happy to help you if they feel like you'll stick around. If they feel like you're in there to like get in and get out, we're thrilled with those, right? Like some of our we had some people just come in, do a fix on the C side of the API and we're gone. And those are fantastic too, right? No one wants to touch C with Python people. Right, but the thing is like that needed less support in the first place. And often, like, again, if you post on an issue and you're interested in it, as like somebody will try to help you, someone happy. Our community is very like, they're happy to help someone get code into the code base. It just, the more handholding you need, the more patience you're going to have with our folk. And we're also big on multiple modalities, right? We've got Twitter, Instagram, blog, discourse, and we people to manage all of those. And I'm always looking for people to like give talks, and tutorials on Matplotlib because we're a small team. Most of the core team does not like to give talks and stuff, but like that is also an important currency of like getting your project name out there. And especially with the older projects of like getting the new shiny features in front of people's eyes. So I don't quite know if that answers the question concretely. I'm just like, please come.
Yeah, it does. In fact, and it's funny thing is like it answers the other side of the coin, which is we have all these ways that we're asking people to contribute, and we have all these ways people can contribute. But like in terms of the people, like so this is what's the best way to put this? So I mean, initially open source was a hobby, right? A passion project, let's say 10 years ago. But at this point, it's no longer a passion project for a lot of people. It's literally a career, and so I feel like either projects or the community has not quite officially accepted that or embraced that. And so you're getting into these situations where the expectations between people that are contributing and people that are looking for contributors are completely misaligned. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know to what extent, like, all project maintainers are like, believe that capitalism is wrong or whatever, but like it's kind of like, all right, so like these projects are no longer like passion projects. They're legitimately like they run entire enterprises and industries. So those enterprises and industries usually operate on a profit move, and so that's definitely going to come into the community somehow.
I mean, we picked CZI money, so I think we're you will look fine.
Can you repeat that? Let me mute myself before you answer, because yeah, please do.
So we have CZI money, right? It's funding Tom part-time, it's funding Elliot full-time, it's paying for my dissertation. So I think we are fully in the neoliberal camp, and I think that's okay. In terms of just like, everyone's been talking about, right? Like the burnout problem, the not enough bodies problem, the like people who they want to get in for the resume, but we need people long-term to like this data model, for example, like will not happen as a part-time every 3 weekends thing. So you need that like you're gonna, and right, this is part of the, and I think that's right, the professionalization of the projects. And I sort of hate that because I understand where like old school, Linux and old school fast folks are like, ugh. But we are seeing a sort, right? QuantSite is in half the projects. Want to hire a Matplotlib person? But like, and there's good and bad to that, right? Like there is you don't want one company having too much control because that's going to create problems, but you should have governance in place that helps prevent that. But on the flip side, you have someone who's paid to work on stuff, and especially the non-shiny like maintenance stuff, it's great to have someone there. And also then you can throw that person at, like Tom was saying in the notes, we can't tell people what to do because they're free. they're working volunteering. But if you're paid to do stuff, you can tell someone what to do, and they might sometimes even do it.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's. I mean, tying it all together, what I'm kind of hopefully trying to highlight is, yes, you can't tell someone what to do because they're volunteers or they're working for free. But if what you're offering is something that they value enough, then it's no longer free. So you have a lot more flexibility in terms of dictating what you expect out of them. I'll give you I'm going to ask you this question after I give you this example, which is, you said you don't want people that come in and just do these one-off things, however amazing those one-off things may be. But there's no explicit kind of understanding, or there's no explicit documentation as to, okay, if you can come in and do the whole data remodeling project in 3 months, we'll make you a core maintainer. If you don't do anything else for the next 3 months, we'll kind of gradually start to phase you out. But there's nothing wrong with coming in and just doing the data modeling project, right? This is assuming that they do it correctly as far as having proper documentation and testing and all that stuff around it.
Not that one, because that one's my certification. But other things, yeah.
So,
we have some big things that we have a new contributor, and they're interested in rewriting the entire company website. If someone wants to come in and do that, once they get community buy, you need community buy-in first, right? You need the community to actually agree that yes, we want types. But if you can get the community buy-in for types, if someone wants to come in and type all of our stuff up, go for it. Right. So yeah, we have a lot of those kind of things. And again, I think that's a conversation with each of us. When this is what I was saying, be almost obnoxiously proactive of come into Spyder and be hey, I have these skills. Let me do the thing. Ralph was saying that's how NumPy got Inessa. She came up to him at a conference and was your website isn't great or something. And I'm going to fix it for you. Right.
So I guess this is, I'm sorry, you brought up something really great, which I'm going to follow up on before I ask you more details. So you just said, for example, you got community buy-in for types in Matplotlib, right? Yes. So like you just said, this is a major project to the extent that it doesn't matter how long it takes to do it. It's just so important that somebody who was actually able to do this could actually become a core contributor. So we have 71 people right now on this session. Can you tell to any one of them that, hey, this is what the types implementation projects looks like. You have to add typing to all these files. You have to pass all these tests. And if you can do that, it may take you 3 months or 3 days. But at that point, yeah, we'll consider you a core contributor. And for the next 3 months, if you continue to maintain that part of the project, you'll continue to be a core contributor up until you start phasing out. That's the kind of I hate to say guarantee, but that's the kind of structure I feel a lot of people would benefit from.
Yeah, so that's actually what's sitting in our draft governance. Is exactly that, which is a thing we already have in Matplotlib and we just wrote up, which is we have 2 rules for getting PRs. Either you do something really significant and then we'll give you commit rights, or you do a period of sustained smaller things and you'll get commit rights, basically. And commit rights, what we mean by basically core dev, because commit rights mean you have say, means you can merge stuff into libraries, so you can change it. On the community side and stuff, my thing is if you run our Instagram or you run our blog, you are a core on the community because you run a thing.
Gotcha. Great. So yeah, that's definitely, like you said, that your consideration anyways is that if they do these things, they are core to the community. But I guess I don't know, it might be the case that it's already there, but if I go on GitHub, am I going to find their name on the contributors list, or are they going to be on the GitHub group? To what extent can that actually be verified by anybody?
So I have to get one of them into a GitHub group. The other one is in a group because we run the blog through our site. Through GitHub, so they have to be in a group.
Awesome. I'm going to ask you one more question, and I'm going to keep going for the panelists. So you mentioned, again, the draft governance thing that you have as far as formalizing the pathway and process. And one question I have is, how long has that been a draft? And is there a plan to make that official? And lastly, you also specifically mentioned the word significant contribution as well as sustained contribution. Is it possible to replace significant with something quantifiable? And is it possible to replace sustain with like something quantifiable?
Sustain, we mean consistent. So, and open an issue on the. I just dropped the link. If you open an issue, I'll open an issue. Yes, we can pin those down more. You're muted.
Yeah, this is really the kind of ambiguity that I've come across a lot, that makes the whole click situation a lot more intimidating. Because I can if I have 15 years experience as a developer, I can go into a project and make a significant contribution, but I have no idea what that means to be in a click, because that might mean something else. And so that's the kind of thing transparency helps with.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, do we mean a new feature, and what do we mean by that? Do we mean is sustained 3 months? Is it 5 months? Absolutely, we can like drill down at least a little bit more on examples and stuff.
Right, exactly. I mean, again, it's difficult to get this right, but it's important to actually get started somewhere. So, sorry, Kyle, so if you would mind answering that a little bit. And the question is, so Ilyan pointed out earlier, he got to the core of what I was trying to say but didn't want to say, which is like, I feel like a lot of projects are afraid of actually making commitments, explicit commitments as to how the process would work out for somebody to become a maintainer. Subconsciously, the benefit of this is that like the inner group or the clique literally makes up whatever they want to in terms of like who gets to join and how they get to join. But once you put this thing down on paper, people can like look at it and be like, okay, so you just like you're not serious about this, or I'm being treated unfairly because it's written down and we all understand English fairly well. So like, what would it like? I guess given the fact that you've been in open source for a long time, like what do you think it would take for projects to start making commitments to their contributors as far as how they can actually gain more responsibility within those projects?
Yeah, I think so. The where I'm coming at this actually the most easily is not actually related to contributors, but other forms of making things clear, like policies. So, for example, again, I keep bringing this back to Josh because that's on my mind, but we haven't really had these issues related to getting involved. But one of the places where we've had, like continuously refined things and had to write things down and then kind of try to update it is related to our scope. And so I guess you can kind of think of this in the same way, but it's, what sort of software package is within scope for JOS? Like we've said for a long time that, it has to be a feature complete package, no minor utilities, no thin APIs, things like that. But even that's kind of hard to define. Like, what is a minor utility? What is a thin API? So this is sort of related to the same concept of, somebody submits something, kind of like how they're submitting a contribution to any open source project. And, does that paper actually get reviewed and eventually published is also kind of like, do they become part of the group, right? Do they make it in? So these are kind of analogous to each other. And this is something that we had, just a couple bullets or like some description, but it's been like an evolving concept of what is in scope, and things that we had originally accepted, in year one, we might not accept now, because looking back, it's like, no, this has kind of evolved over time. And for us, actually, we keep trying to write it down. Like we're trying to figure out what are the criteria for being in scope and what, would be reviewed, because I mean, for us, we want it to be clear so that we don't have to have the discussions of what is, we were constantly talking about this and sending emails on the editorial board list of like, oh, is this within scope? Is this not? And that takes up a lot of effort and time. So the more that we can make it clear and get that written down, the easier it is for us and for people who want to contribute, because they can just see that and not have to go through the process, and we don't have to go through. It's like, so when we actually document this to our satisfaction that describes what at least our current feelings are, then it just kind of makes it easier for everybody. Nobody's going to waste their time. People are going to know, oh, I need to put more work into this, or I need to do more to make it, to make it count, if that makes sense. So I think, I get the hesitation to not making it kind of as descriptive as you can, because then it makes it more flexible. But if you want the project to be successful, you kind of have to document this for both sides.
Yeah, precisely. Which is the thing I'm trying to get to. Man, what the heck is going on? My throat's dry. That's why. So yeah, I really wish more projects would get comfortable with the idea of actually making those commitments, because I think in terms of the opportunities out there, as far as people that are extremely skilled and would actually be able to do these things. Well, basically, let me put it this way. I feel like a lot of projects are perhaps underestimating users because they feel like you need to have had 5 years experience with this library to make a major commitment, when you might not even realize there's someone out there who's probably has better understanding of the library than you do, and it's just that they don't want to become a they don't want to become a maintainer, largely because of the fact that maybe they just don't want the recognition, or they don't understand the responsibilities associated with it. If as a maintainer, my only job is to literally just do code reviews, oh my goodness, what is happening? If it's some people they want to be a maintainer because they want to okay, I'm just going to do this real quick. Sorry, Carlos. So yeah, it's. I think there are people that don't want to be maintainers because they don't quite understand the scope of being a maintainer. Less so they don't feel like they're capable of being a maintainer. So there's a lot of benefits to actually explicitly writing this down, because if you write down that to be a maintainer you have to do 20 code reviews, and someone comes up and be I don't want to do any code reviews whatsoever, does that mean I can't be a maintainer? Or do you have a different role for me? I'm sure you would, but the question is it's not written down. So every person has to, like Anna said, be proactive about this. And you're losing out. I feel like you're losing out on a lot of people that are either shy or just don't know where to start when you actually don't have these processes outlined. And so to keep going with the round robin, Melissa, I'm going to go ahead and give you a chance to expand on that. Given that you're new to NumPy, you said you've only been there for 6 months and you don't feel like you've had enough exposure or understanding of it to consider yourself a maintainer. Coming at this from the other kind of with fresh eyes. What would a document to you look like that would say, okay, Melissa, if you're able to do this stuff within the course of the next 6 months, we're going to officially consider you a maintainer. We're going to add you to the group. And, if while you're part of the group, you stop doing work for 3 months or whatever, we're going to offboard you. Have you seen anything along those lines? And to what extent do you think something along those lines would help you or maybe help others to become maintainers on the project?
I think that one of the things that I'm really interested about and really passionate about is the diversity and inclusion aspect of professional settings and open source as well. And one of the things that I've learned is that, for example, many people won't submit their curriculum and won't apply for a job if they don't have a clear set of this is what we expect someone to have or to know in order to apply to this job, because many people underestimate their own abilities and underestimate their own possible contributions. And so I think the same thing can happen to open source. So many people are intimidated and don't come forward and don't participate and don't contribute to projects because they don't know what is expected of them. So I think having a document that would explain look, you can just submit a PR, and if there's problems, it's okay. We can solve the problems with you. We can point to where your code doesn't work or it can be improved, and that's no shame in that. Your code doesn't have to be perfect. Your comments don't have to be perfect. We can iterate and we can solve the problems as we go along. And this is a discussion. It's a friendly discussion. And you can ask questions. Those kinds of things I think are extremely important because they can be off-putting, submitting a PR on GitHub and exposing yourself, exposing your code and your knowledge, and to a certain extent, your personality is very scary for some people. So I think having clear roles is definitely a must if we want to have more people engaged. And I think, so your question was what would the document look like that would explain those roles, right? And I think that's tough, and maybe that depends on the project, because each project is going to have its own understanding of what a valid contribution, what an important contribution, and what a maintainer level contribution might be. So I guess there's different levels. And I think that's something that must be discussed by the community. So, for example, one of the things that I think is great at this moment at NumPy is the community meetings where we can discuss these things, like people who approach us and, I want to do a contribution, but I don't know how to start or how should I go about this. So the mailing list is interesting, but it is written down, and already like communication through the internet is not always optimal because you have like small, it's hard to put emotion in writing, right? So when you're talking face to face or on the computer screen, but when you're doing like video calls, that helps. And just having like different sets of ways to reach out to the community and to the developers and to the, I don't know, steering council, depending on the project. So I think that's extremely important. So I don't know what a document looks like that does that. I think it depends on the project. And I do believe that's something that's going to be continuously improved. For example, like Kyle was saying for JOS, and I see those improvements because I'm on the mailing list for the JOS editors. And so I know it's a continuous process, and I would expect it to be the same for every project. I think it's going to be improved in iterations because it's like you said, like you have to do like this many code reviews to be a maintainer. Well, I don't want to do code reviews, so can I do something else? So maybe that's something that's going to be added to the document, and that's what I think.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So if you're going to start a negotiation, you need to start somewhere, and you also need to write it down. And I guess towards that same vein, just to get like a more specific answer and / example, is you've been with NumPy for, I think you said 6 months or so? Or is it 3 months or 6 months? Do you have any idea as to like what your like just say career path would look like or will look like at NumPy if you continue to contribute at the current rate you are? Do you think like you might become a maintainer or might officially feel that you're a maintainer in like a month or I don't know, in 3 more months or like in a year or like what do you like? Let's say for example you're committed to this for the long haul. Like what is your expectation? And if you can't answer that question, that kind of like ties a lot into like the whole there's no transparency around it kind of problem that I'm kind of addressing.
Yeah, so for example, I got commit rights 2 weeks ago. So I really think like there's a couple things. I think it's kind of like what Elon was saying before. If you come in full of energy and you make a lot of good contributions and we can see you communicating effectively, I don't think there's a problem with evolving into like a core maintainer role. I think that's not an issue. For me personally, I think it's been more like I've had a real problem with the pandemic and I have a small child and things have been slow in the past, 4 months. And so I think I do see that this is a possibility in the future and I do see that it's evolving, but it hasn't been like the best 3 months of my life, I can tell you that. So, I think just having a willingness to maintain, for example, for F2Py. So I'm doing some work for F2Py and there's really no official maintainer for F2Py at the moment. So if you're willing and you come and you do good contributions, you'll probably be a maintainer in no time. So it really depends on what kind of work you're willing to do and the kind of energy and willingness to communicate that you show.
Oh, great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's what I'm hearing a lot about from a lot of people that have actually become maintainers. And given that, this is an engineering field, a lot of these people are, I guess you could say introverts, or they don't really want to communicate with people. They just want to write code. It would just be great if there was a way to kind of harness that kind of energy into your project. That's what I feel like a lot of documentation would help you with. And I guess, Kyle, I think you already answered this question, right? So I'm going to go on to Carlos because he hasn't said anything yet. Carlos, are you still here with us?
Well, I think, since we are an interface, I mean, we are not just a library. We just don't have a. I mean, all of our tasks are not code related, but you can still participate, giving us feedback. And that's very important. I mean, that's not perhaps a path towards a maintainer, but it could be. For example, like many of our features, or several of our features, are driven by discussions with our users. So, for example, they say, "Oh, yeah, I would like this search functionality to work like this, or I would like this button to make this or that thing, or stuff like that." So, having that kind of feedback. Especially because, I mean, at the moment, most of us don't use Spyder to develop a Spyder, so we don't use it on a daily basis. It's kind of hard to understand specifically what users really need to work with Spyder. So that's something that's very, very, very useful. And also just reporting bugs. I mean, one of our latest volunteer contributors started like 4 years ago, just sending us bug reports. And yeah, at the beginning, it could be, as Melissa was saying, it's still even trying to explain yourself in English and trying to explain the problem and things like that. It can be frustrating. It can be very complicated. But if you endure the process, and also endure us, because sometimes, I mean, since for example, we have like between 200 and 300 issues per month, the volume is so high, so sometimes me or someone on my team answers very brief questions, which doesn't mean that we don't value the time that people take to report a bug, but it's simply because we have to keep moving the backlog constantly. But if you endure that as a user, I mean, you could make very valuable contributions. For example, this volunteer contributor I was mentioning about, he started like 4 years ago publishing bugs, and he stayed like that like for 1 or 2 years, and then like a year and a half ago he started to making contributions, and then he was the one that re-architected completely the way that we communicate with the IPython console. I created this new debugger that I was mentioning. So it's a matter of also a bit of patience, and also, I mean, as Elon was mentioning before, if there is something really important that you need to fix in the project, then I think you will stay.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I think we're all in agreement here in terms of like how somebody becomes a core contributor and maintainer. The issue that I'm running into a lot, or I think the thing that I feel like a lot of the people in the audience would like to see is really documentation, because that builds trust. I mean, this has actually been shown. I think GitHub did a developer survey a couple years ago that actually showed having formal documentation, actually having a formal process as to how somebody becomes more, hate to say valuable, but like more responsible for things within the project, is especially important to attracting minority and female developers, because it's less likely the case that they have like clout within the inner circle to kind of get either somebody to pull them in, or somebody to actually be open to them joining by default. So yeah, I think certainly documentation is important, and I kind of like just kind of curious to see or get some feedback as to how projects feel towards making that kind of stuff a lot more formal. So I think lunch is happening at some point in time soon, so I'm going to wrap things up real quick. So the last question I'm going to have is, I'm going to have you, Carlos, answer, then we're going to reverse round robin. So the question I have is like mostly kind of a personal question. It's not necessarily having to do with being a maintainer, or at least not directly anyways. The question is like, what's next for you in terms of, may that be like with Spyder, or maybe a different project, or like, you're going to move to LA or move to, I don't know, New York at some point in time. Like, just tell us what Carlos is up to next. This is assuming, of course, well, I think we're all stuck to a large extent where we are. But like, just imagine, for example, the world was not turned upside down. What would you be up to next year or so?
Well, I mean, I didn't start to work in Spyder to become the maintainer of the project, but now it's like I am the CEO of a small startup. So it changed things completely for me, and also my plan for life. So I really don't know. I mean, at the moment we are funded for this year, and we would like to have more funding to continue with this with this project. That will be great. And still, I mean, I have put already 10 years of my life on this, so I would like it to succeed, really. Even if, I mean, personally, at a personal level, it's kind of hard to manage, because, yeah, maintaining a project invests a lot of time. And also, I'm now being in charge of people, it's also kind of hard. But still, as I told you, I mean, we have a large community, and I really like to give this alternative, because Spyder is just that. It's like alternative to Jupyter to also do a scientific computation. So I don't and I can't make plans long term, but I would just like to be maintaining Spyder. Keep maintaining Spyder. So
Cool, great. Thanks for that answer. So yeah, Kyle. So tell us what's next for Kyle, or what's next for Joss? Are you going to retire and like actually build a journal of open source hardware, or I don't know, get up to New Zealand or something? So what's up?
I won't be doing anything related to hardware because I'm purely a modeler. So nothing there for me. So Joss's future is, we got this grant from Sloan to do some more development work, both on Whedon to make it more general. That other, hopefully other journals. I know that there was at least one Julia conference. No, boo, Julia, at SciPy. But there was one Julia conference that used some of our tooling to do their proceedings, and I think it'd be great to make some of our tools much more generalizable for other conferences and journals to use for making publishing easier, as well as our reviewer management system. So I'm excited to see, some of the work that comes out of that. Otherwise, yeah, we're about to celebrate our 1,000th paper, probably going to include some blog posts, and, I think we're planning on writing a follow-up article, like journal article about Joss. It's kind of in the works. Personally, I'm a professor, so my job will be continuing to do that next year. Remote teaching, at least for the fall, for most of my classes. I'm teaching more related to aerospace engineering, and which is kind of close to my research area. So yeah, not a lot of changes there necessarily, but other than continuing to teach remotely, which is super fun for both sides.
Cool, great, thanks for that. So yeah, Melissa, tell us, what are you up to next year besides being stuck where you are and not being able to travel?
Well, I really don't know. I'm in Brazil, for those of you who don't know, which might be like one of the worst places to be right now. No, I'm okay. And so I'm employed by Quantsite at the moment as well. So I just hope to be able to continue contributing to the community, especially NumPy and SciPy, which are the libraries that I've used the most in my life and that I think I can actually contribute to. But there's also so much other stuff. For example, in SciPy, being to contribute to the conference is also super amazing. So let's hope next year we can all meet in person at SciPy again. But yeah, I think just being able to continue with the documentation work is one of the things that I'm most looking forward to. I think expanding on what we have and improving the documentation. I was a professor before, and I used to think that educational materials is one of the largest impacts that you can have in your field, writing textbooks and writing educational material in general for people, because that's what they're looking for when they start their careers and when they're choosing what they want to do. And I think the same goes for documentation. If you have a good user-facing, user-oriented documentation, you can get so many people involved. And I think that's extremely important. So that's what I'm looking for.
Cool, thanks for sharing that. So Anna, you're next.
haven't finished my dissertation. I've been studying Matplotlib. So let's get a bit of Matplotlib out of that. And I want to con someone else into managing Matplotlib Twitter and being the community manager. And it's a fun job, I swear. And then, I don't know, I've been in school too long. So I guess whatever happens, and like keeping with all of this stuff. Oh, and actually I should mention, I got into open source via organizing new Linux users groups. So I'll probably stay somewhere in the event-related side sometimes.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I actually did not know that. Well, thank you for that, Anna. So, Ilan, if you wouldn't mind telling us, what's next for you? May that be either within open source or outside of open source? What are you looking forward to the most?
For the SciPy in particular, and my personal thing is the pet peeve that I have to get this backslash operator behavior into Linux solve. That's like sitting there for 3 years already. Every time I sit down, it's like, this is too much. I'm going to do it later. And as a project of SciPy, I think I should mention this because I just remembered. We had a discussion on the mailing list, that there was a very nice thread that was mentioning about trying to do something for the climate crisis and stuff related to it, and other issues like diversity issues and oppression issues. I mean, I don't think open source can do much. So, realistically speaking, in some cases it can. But if you have an idea, no matter how cheesy it is, make a Jupyter notebook, and if it's kind of relevant for SciPy, we would be really happy to host it on the example section. So if you have a corny way of teaching SciPy using these issues, and if you can both raise awareness and teach SciPy, we are all ears. So we are waiting for that. I think it has to be mentioned. Also, I'm gonna paste the chat mailing list URLs, so you can join their mailing list. But so it's personally, these are the things. And also, maybe a good news for Melissa. I've been fiddling with F2Py for a couple of months now. It's way over my head, but I'm getting better. So hopefully we can team up very soon. That's it.
Cool, that was great. Thank you. And to wrap things up, I actually have this little game that I developed for the audience. Let's see. I was supposed to put this in at some point throughout the panel, but I underestimated how uninteractive this whole Crowdcast platform was going to be. Oh, it's not happening. Can everyone see my screen? Great. So I'm going to submit this as a poll. So what you have on the left is the GitHub heat map of a lot of the developers' activities, and I'm curious if people could line up who each heat map actually belongs to. So I'm going to start the poll real quick as to who people believe is actually A. So it could be. It wouldn't work. All right, so it's not going to work. So take a second and see if you can actually guess. It was pretty neat because what I tried to do was go through GitHub and get an idea of what different people's contributions and what their kind of contribution history look like. If you take a look at the radar, you'll actually see you get a good idea from the GitHub like contributor radar as far as like how much time people spend on code reviews, how much commits people spend contributing to projects and stuff like that. And so what I did was actually just took a look at the heat map for all the developers, or at least the people on the panel, just to get an idea of what they look like. And for the most part, I don't know if you can see any patterns, but certainly you can see like certain times of the year or certain times of the month where people are contributing a lot more than they normally do. And I think, and in Kyle's case, for example, a lot of the contribution that he does specifically with regards to JOS is less likely to show up in GitHub, simply because like a lot of it is managerial. But as you keep going, you can see like, yeah, you can definitely, well, there's really no pattern to this. This was supposed to be just like a little fun game that we're going to introduce at the middle of this. And so this was kind of like trying to match things up, trying to see if we can actually make a poll happen in Crowdcast. But I underestimated how complicated the entire platform was going to be, so I didn't quite get a chance to fill it in. So that's pretty much it. Firstly, I want to thank everyone on the panel for participating. I also want to thank everyone who's been watching at home. We do have a Slack channel, which I'm going to post in here real quick. In case you have any questions, feel free to like add your questions there. We'd definitely love to keep the conversation going in Slack. And again, if any of the people on the panel would like to expand on some of the stuff that specifically pertains to how you can become a maintainer, how you can actually build a career on any of those projects, I would definitely love to see some of that conversation happen in Slack. So yeah, with that, that's it, everyone. I think we went over a good deal, but I guess maybe that's a good thing. So yeah, have fun. I guess I'll see you guys at the rest of SciPy. Thank you. Bye.